everyone. Welcome. Most of you, it is long time no see because we literally just came over from Brittany's sprints. If you have found these sprints all of a sudden and you don't know what we're talking about, this is an all-day sprinting expedition for Ice Planet Barbarians. We just did, 6 hours on Brittany's channel? Yeah, 6 hours for Brittany Loves Reading. You can find her linked below. So again, if you have no idea what we're talking about, go subscribe to her. A lot of big things are happening on her channel right now, which is exciting. And yeah, then you can also watch the earlier 6 hours if you're interested. We did we read Barbarian's Redemption, book 12, 11, 12.
12.
Oh my gosh, 12. We've read a dozen of these. We can actually say we've read a dozen. That is insane.
You said that in the most ominous way. You were like, we've read a dozen.
How many hours have we spent with Ice Planet Barbarians? That is the question. So many. And actually now we're going to be doing, a baker's dozen? Because we're going to be on book 13 with Barbarian's Lady. We're nervous, but we were nervous in the last time, and we thought that the book was fine. We enjoyed it enough. More, I think our rating was a bit higher because we had such low expectations.
Guaranteed.
So we're going to see how it goes. But let us know what you're doing in the comments. If you're not reading Ice Planet Barbarians, absolutely no worries. I think most people never read Ice Planet Barbarians. They just watch us do it. It's fine. And then if you are, though, let us know which book you're on, because I know a few people are on various places. So, and then tell us who the couple is, because we're not going to remember number. That's just not going to happen. Or a title, if we're going to be honest. So yeah, but let's see. Anything else? Any other introductory elements I need to do? No. Okay.
I think that's it.
For you. Okay, thanks. I'm always like, okay, like we've already talked about all these things, but like, let me.
Well, there's different people. I feel like now that we do Tuesdays the way we do it, I now know how you feel after Ice Planet, because it is harder, y'all, to go second. It is so much harder to go.
Yeah, because you're like, I'm repeating myself. People don't want to hear that, but also, what if people weren't here?
100%. And you're more tired after 6 hours of already sprinting. Like, it is different. It is a different vibe. And now I get to just sit back and hang out.
You get to relax while I'm like, what are people saying? Can I read English, even though it's my first language?
Can I read? Can I speak? Can I talk?
Yeah, exactly. Like, I run a booktube channel, but I can't read, apparently, and we do our best. Let's see who is in the comments. I know that we had Laura very early. Hello, I'm here. I'm there. I'm everywhere. Yes, you are. We appreciate you. You also were sprinting earlier today. Hello, Jamie, again. I'm going to have a knit and crochet club here, so I'll have this stream on mute for a few hours, but I'll be here. Oh, thanks, Jamie. We appreciate it. Yeah, honestly, have fun and let us know how it goes, like how your project progresses. Hello, James. Yes, indeed. Long time no see for sure. And just a reminder, James is going to be making his debut with us on Brittany's channel on Thursday. So again, yet another reason to subscribe to Brittany, but also James. Hello, Rachel. Boop. Boop indeed. Thanks for joining us, even though you were hanging out with us over on Brittany's too. Hello, Lexi. Reading to start. Oh, you're ready to start 13. Oh, you waited for us. Thanks. Thanks, Lexi. And Lexi gave Barbarian's Redemption 3 stars. So we all stayed within 3-star range at different levels. But yeah, that makes sense. Hello, Beatrice. I will be finishing my pages for Children of Blood and Bone, and then I will be starting IPB number 1. Amazing. Again, just keep in mind the content warnings, just so you're mentally prepared for it. It does happen in the first few chapters, and then it eases to the point where the romance and the world are more built, but just prepare yourself. Greetings and happy Sunday to you too. Ooh, I love these like little what was it, like Microsoft like emoji design. I need to look into that more, because I think they actually look cooler than the regular emojis. I will try and be making progress in my March Pokemon book. Such a fun age. Not enjoying it as I thought I would, but the writing is nice. Okay. Speaking of, if people don't know what Pokemon is, well, you can go check out Reading with Merb. It's a year-long readathon, which is really fun. And on top of that, the March Pokemon has been featured on Brittany's channel. So this is perfect, genuinely perfect. So maybe you can introduce yourself to that. So it's also very fun. Hello, Linz. We also have Crystal. Hello, Crystal. Hello again. The blue person on that cover looks like old school Star Trek makeup. Honestly, yeah, classy in the most sarcastic way. It is hilarious when you start looking at these old editions compared to the brand new, like animated, kind of cartoony, very pretty ones.
A lot of the later books haven't been made into the new covers though, so like I'm limited on which ones we can put up on the screen.
Yeah, I don't know. They haven't even published this far yet, as far as being republished, right? So I know. So when I did this, I was like, "This is what I have to work with. Like, this is the only cover I can put on here." And it is. It's. I will say it's among the tamer ones that I had for this one. Some of those first ones were like, yeah, quite something. I'll tell you that. And also the shades in blue change because they obviously weren't. It's just the graphics are weird.
They're almost more purple.
Yeah, like they're getting more purple or more like vibrantly dark blue, and it's just I can't tell. Like sometimes it looks like they were actually painted, and other times just tinted, and I don't get it. I have been reading The Long Game by Elena Armas all day, 68% in. Oh my gosh, Kelly. Hoping to finish on these sprints. Yes, you can do it. Also, are you like really enjoying it? Like at this point, like 68% in, you're in the thick of it. Hello, Jojo. How are you? Hello, Jess. Hope you all are having a good day. We are. Hope you're having a good day too. Let us know what you're up to. Hello, Greta. I'm back from my dinner. I'll be reading my chapters for my alpha read. Amazing. Also, I will say, Greta, we're trying to arrange for Greta to be with us at some point on our kind of Meet the Booktuber sprints too. It's in the works. 20% into Barbarian's prize. What are you thinking about it? I have my spreadsheet. I gotta keep remembering.
This is Tiffany, right? Everyone's reading.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Tiffany and Saluk. A couple people have been reading that one, and we really enjoyed that couple. The plotting is a bit weird on that one, but we love the couple.
Was that the one with the trial in it?
Yeah, that was with the trial boys. Like they had their own little Olympics. It was very weird, and the gold medal at the end was like apparently Tiffany's heart. I don't really know.
Like that, none of the one. It was an irrelevancy. It was.
It really wasn't. It was just this weird distraction, and I was just like, it was very weird when there was a scene of the women just like watching them do it, and I'm like, this is so goofy. Like I would be like, what are they doing? Iceland Barbarians, they get into some hooligans, some shenanigans. Yes, and then Paul is back too. Amazing. Just finished errands and grocery shopping. I'm tired. Nikki, I would be too. I feel like, especially grocery shopping and errands, it takes it out of you. Just started Queen of Blood. Okay, I like this title. Well, I am all caught up with all of the Ice Planet, Ice Home, and Ice Planet Clones books. Emily, stop it. You're the. I wanted to say you're the goal, but that's not all of our goal. Ice Planet is our goal. Everything else is a maybe future us thing.
Who knows?
Yeah, holy moly. Again, you're just watching and enjoying the ride then. I'm hoping to get caught up on my genre blanket during these sprints. Amazing, Jamie. I just filmed my February wrap up and why you should read The Count of Monte Cristo. Now I'm doing some laundry and going to vacuum. That's awesome. And okay, that one's an intimidating one for me. So I'm looking forward to watching that. So maybe you can like encourage me to do it. So excited for Thursday. Yes, James. We're excited too. It's going to be really fun. You are reading Alien Romance, and horror on my radar is brain worms. Okay, it has called. I was gonna be like, is that also like alien horror?
I mean, it kind of sounds that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, interesting. Especially because we just had like, I mean, I'm not done with it yet, Dune, but like sandworms. So that's on my brain. Hello again. Hello, Julie. Trying to nap the first sprint. I am fighting a headache. Yes. Okay, please. And also, if you need to like lower our volume, I try not to talk too loud, but I know it can be grating depending if you're trying to sleep. So just, if you need us to be a bit more like ambiance, we understand. I'm sorry that you're having a headache. 70% into reading First Lie Wins. Trying to finish today if I don't get distracted. Yeah, Crystal, I know that you were reading that back when we were on Brittany's sprints. Are you enjoying it? I don't know if you told us that, if you're liking it. I love, yes, I don't know what they are, but like the emojis. I'm like, I don't know what that means. But yes, I agree, James. Hello, Kirsty. Had to wait to comment as YouTube decided to unsubscribe me. Oh my gosh, I had to lie down and napped. Also, like, honestly, no worries. If people are watching, I have a, I don't know if Brittany, if you have this, but I do have it for the comments where you have to be subscribed to me for 5 minutes before you comment. And that's mostly for like a safety measure to prevent like bots and stuff. So for those of you who don't really want to be subscribed and you're just like here for the sprints, totally understandable. No worries. Yeah, I understand. But just so you know. So also, Kirsty, no worries. We can 100% blame YouTube because they do weird things. I mean, they recommend our own videos to ourselves. So it happens. Have woken feeling much better. So it's time to read and work again. Yay! I'm glad. I'm glad that the nap helped. I'm going to try and read 2 to 3 chapters of Shanghai Immortal. Started it last night and am very intrigued. I mean, the title alone is very intriguing. So we also have Becca. Hello. If people don't know Becca in the comments, she's a lovely person. She has her own booktube, obviously, Becca Booked. Definitely go check her out because I love her content. Reading Bunny today. So this is perfect. Ooh, yes. And especially because a lot of people have been reading Bunny as of late, but I feel like that is always the case. People are always being introduced to Bunny. Let us know what you think about it. There's a lot of axes. There's a lot of bunnies. Just prepare yourself for that. Also, if anyone wants a crazy long monthly wrap-up to watch, my February wrap-up is posted, at least the part about the books themselves. Almost an hour long to cover all 41 books.
Amazing, Jamie.
41 books in the shortest month of the year. How? Amazing. Oh my goodness, you're crazy in the best way. Hello, Michaela. Video for tomorrow was scheduled. Awesome. Having lunch now and going to clean up a bit while listening to my buddy read pages for the day. Amazing. Awesome. The more I watch these sprints, the more curious I am to pick up Ice Planet Barbarians. But committing to 19 books is a lot for someone who already struggles with understandable. Like, I feel like we motivate each other by hosting these. I'm not going to lie. Like, you know, I'm not a big, I'm trying to get better about continuing series, but it can be hard. I think what we can say is you can commit to like the first 3. Like the first 3 are really enjoyable. And then after that, decide for yourself. But I feel like you could mentally just be like, these 3 books. Do you agree, Brittany?
That's literally what I told Stacy today in the Discord when we were talking this morning. I went, try the first 3. And if you don't like the first 3, there's no point in continuing because that's the best.
Yeah, that's the cream of the crop there. Yeah. I think I went what, like 3-5-4 was my ending for that one. Yeah, 3-5-4. So yeah, that was like the best like chunk in a row too. I think yeah.
We had another 5-star deeper.
100%. That was with Maddie and Hassan.
That's the one. We really like that book.
Yeah. But that was also way later.
That's much later. You have to get through Josie before you get to Maddie.
Yeah, like you have to get through Josie because Josie's book sets you up for Maddie and for her sister, which was also good. But oh gosh. Yeah, I will say some people in the comments really love Josie. So while Brittany and I aren't fans, we promise you that it just shows that there's an Ice Planet Barbarian book for everyone. We're not a huge fan of book 4 either, but I know that a lot of other people like book 4. Like Neva liked book 4 too. So there's just I can't express enough. It helps that there's 19 of them, but there is a book for everyone in the series. True. So there we go. So hello, reading Akamath. Hoping to finish tonight. Sounds great, Kylie. Awesome. I have a friend who's just started the Akatar series and she didn't know what to expect, but she's obsessed with it now. She was like reading up until 2 a.m. So it is making me intrigued. I know it's an old series, but still. I'm still trying to finish Killers of a Certain Age. I also need to get to Everyone on This Train is a Suspect before it leaves Libby tomorrow. Oh, Jess. Both of those titles are the coolest titles ever. I haven't read either of them, but they make me want to read them. I love the wallpaper. Thanks, JL. Yes. I honestly, it was a quick throw it together. I was like, Brittany was doing daytime sprints. She had a nice bright one. I'm going to go into the evening. So yeah. And also snowflakes. We're on an ice planet. How else could I have designed it? So thanks. Queen of Blood. I really love the Sarah Beth Durst books I've read so far. Okay, so that must be the author. Race the Sands was my favorite. I'm gonna star this just so I can actually look up Queen of Blood because and that author. Hello, Brecht. I will be creating some characters for my story. That is awesome. I'm jealous. I used to write like stories and kind of creative things, and I've gone away from that. Like I said, I'm a consumer now. I am not a producer. But we need the producers to exist. So thank you. Hello, Lily. Made my first TBR jar last night. Ooh, that is so fun. TBR jars are the best. I picked the House of Seven Gables. So excited. It is the one I wanted to pick. So you left it to chance, and chance
The
decided.
universe smiled on you.
Exactly. Awesome. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it's scary when you anticipate it and you want to read it, but I hope it ends up being exactly what you want. I adore Sarah Beth Durst. She's so underrated. Okay. You guys, you're convincing me. I've just messaged you, Leandra, with an update on my maybe sprint schedule. Okay, great. Sounds great, Greta. Thanks. Hello, ML. So excited to join. How have you been? Have you had a crazy semester? I imagine. I'm seeing your next comment, and it sounds like you've already answered that, but we will get there. I haven't been able to join sprints in a long time. I know. I've kind of been wondering about you. I've been hoping you've been like busy in a good way and not too stressed. But so happy to see y'all today. Miss you all. We miss you.
Well, now ML and I are on opposite coasts, so my sprints almost never line up for ML, and I'm like, I need to do more late night sprints so ML could come.
I know, because it's so many hours. Because you're an hour ahead of me, even. Yeah. So then an additional
4
like 3 hours
ahead of ML. So I'm like, you're now off track, and I need to fix that because I miss you.
I'm going to try to get about 35 quizzes and 70 discussion posts graded. Just get through those. Just get those knocked out on these sprints. You can do it. You can do it.
I have full faith in you, but good luck.
Yes, but also good luck. Like, we believe in you, but we're also like, oh, that's a lot. The main character in Shanghai Immortal is half fox demon, half vampire, and all sasshole. I have never heard of that expression, Christy. I love that. Sasshole. That's amazing. She's definitely got an attitude, but I am excited to see her open up. Okay, that made me start this comment as well, because that's a great description.
To say, I'm now so intrigued.
100%. Like, what? Okay. So Crystal is loving, what is it? First Lie Wins. Did I say that right? Okay, I'm always worried. I'm like, I know those are the words, but are they in the right order? Okay, so Crystal's really enjoying it. It's very entertaining, and I have so many theories for how it's going to end. Ooh, okay. Very exciting. Alien life caused people to be TERFs. Oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, but the author is British trans woman. Cool.
What book is this?
This one's the Brainworms one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, I know we were talking about it, but I've now forgotten. So
you're like, what's happening? Okay. Ro, I'm sure that you read this or you know it, but that's giving me vibes of like Manhunt. By, is it Gretchen Felker Martin? Also a trans woman author who kind of talks about this dystopian life. Not aliens, but yeah, interesting. I managed to get the Blighted Stars from the library yesterday and hope to start it tomorrow. But I am surprised to find out it's a trilogy. I thought it was a standalone. Oh my gosh, yeah. And it's also like, I will say the trilogy name is super cool. It's called Devoured Worlds. And I was like, okay, that is a trilogy I can get behind. So I'm excited for it.
Is it a completed trilogy?
I don't think it's fully completed, but so book 1 came out, I think, spring of last year. I think book 2 may have come out this fall, or it's coming out soon. And so like I think they're all like
next
scheduled.
Year will probably come out.
Yeah. Like I think it's planned. It's just not like published yet. Yeah. But I could be wrong. So Tanil, let us know what other research you found, because correct me. While I was lying down, I made the mistake of starting my 50th rewatch of Once Upon a Time. So naturally, I want to write fan fiction again instead of multiple novel drafts, begging for, oh my gosh, I know. Well, when inspiration strikes, you're like, oh my gosh, okay, I'm in the mood. I'm actually going to write if I follow it. So maybe follow inspiration. The cover is beautifully purple. Beautifully purple, not just purple. But seeing the cover, you know what kind of book it is. Oh, okay. Well, that's actually kind of good, I guess, right? Like they're like, we're not hiding anything. Hello, Christina. Yes, we're still good. Still have coffee. Amazing. Yeah, I might get myself an afternoon coffee in the first sprint.
Needs to happen in the next sprint.
100%. Still haven't read Agatar. Me neither, Emily. I'm not a big, is it romantasy or is that fan row? I always mix those two up.
The difference.
And I always mix it up.
Rainey has tried to tell me the difference. And to be honest, it seems like such a small line.
Yeah, it's like 40-60 versus 60-40, I feel like.
That I don't see how you actually say it's anything different, but that's just me. But I'm not a fan row or romantasy reader primarily, so like I would not be the judge, but I think it's too tight to be actually considered two different things.
Yeah. No, I agree. Because I was like, okay, if it's fantasy with like a romantic subplot, but it feels like the romance is heavier than a subplot in both.
Right, because a lot of fantasy has a romance subplot. That doesn't make it fan row.
Yeah, so there is a formula. I don't get it. So, but Emily, you're not alone. I also haven't read it. Vacuuming done. Now I can read Amari and the Great Game. I still need to read the first book, and I own it, and just it sounds really good. Nicole's in the comments. Hello. I don't think I said hello to you yet. I think you're reacting to Jamie though. Ended up reading 31 for the month. Crazy month. 13 were NetGalley arcs. Ooh.
Nicole.
Priorities.
I'm
yeah,
impressed.
You inspire us. And then, hello, yes, Lily, smiley face indeed. Yes, busy in a good way. Aw, Brittany, miss you? Yeah.
Miss you too.
Brittany will one day do sprints that can accommodate you.
We will.
You're like 5-6 hours ahead of me, and half the time you start sprinting at 11 p.m. So I can't catch you most of the time, unfortunately. I know it's time zones. Like I understand why time zones exist, why we need them, because someone in the daytime would be in the night, and it wouldn't make any sense. But it is unfortunate. I actually have slightly less work this term, not as many new courses, but my schedule is just weird that I don't get long stretched time to do any task. Yeah, that makes sense. Thus, no sprints. Yeah, but just so you know, even when you're gone, we think of you because I've been like, where's Melbourne?
It's true.
Yeah, Sassel is what it says in the blurb. What? Definitely prefer it to the whole elf. Yeah. That's so funny. I love that it's in the blurb because they're like, we're telling you as it is. Like, this is what she is. I am more hopping around this work tasks. Yeah, like a little bunny and such. So nothing bad, but maybe I can be more present after March, after Women's History Month, and after midterms. Yes, also Women's History Month. Woo-hoo. We love it. You made me look up Sarah Beth Durst as I kind of recognize the name. I own the Queen of Blood on Kindle. Gonna bump that higher up the TBR.
Don't you love when this happens, when you go to look up a book and it's like, it's on my Kindle? The Kindle is the place where the books go for me to forget that I own them.
Yeah, for little book surprises. We were like, oh, past me was looking out for me. She didn't realize it, but she was. Like, okay.
It's true.
I think book 3 comes out in April or May. Okay, yeah. So literally, like, everything's set for The Bladed Stars, at least for the third book. Tor Nightfire published both Falker Martin and okay, so it makes sense because I was like, this totally sounds like a Tor Nightfire. You start to notice a publisher, and you're like, this is something that they would publish for sure. Love that show. Yeah, that's a fun show. For Once Upon a Time. Hello, Jasper. Just got home from visiting mom. Yesterday was a very productive day, so I want to keep with the momentum, but I'm forcing myself to rest or I'll work myself ragged. Excited to do some. Yes, that's actually a good idea. So kind of be like, okay, be excited. You were productive, but check in with yourself and be like, should I slow down? Romantasy is fantasy that focuses on the romance, where fan row is where it focuses mainly on the fantasy and not the romance. I don't really care and call both. Yeah. I guess it's like, it's also a new thing as far as like really solidifying it and like labeling something romantasy. And I think it's because like ever since Goodreads made its own little category that I think that's where it gets like, it's going to be specific. It's like, okay, should this book be in the fantasy category? Like if it's fan row, or should it be in the romantasy category or whatever? There's no way those two things are not the same. Surely. Yeah. It's like, what?
The line is small. The line is tiny.
100%. I like all genres, but am drawn to horror and thrillers more than anything else. But I do love fantasy and romance. Honestly, same. Like I'm more like mystery, sci-fi, and I'm getting into horror, but I do enjoy fantasy and romance too. So I think we can say that for a lot of us. Like we have our go-to genres, but then there's a book in every genre for us, I would argue. Fan row is where fantasy is the main focus. And I also think I think my issue with it is because I, as an English major back in the day, I'm imagining a noun that's acting as an adjective onto another noun. So fanro, romance is the noun. So romance should be the primary focus. And then fantasy is acting as the adjective on the romance. So I think, I think that's why I'm like, I don't think fanro and romantasy make sense because I think they should be flipped. But that's my little English nerd brain. Update: 2 of my clips got corrupted. Better that than all of them. Yeah, I guess that's true. Silver lining, but that is so frustrating, especially when you've set everything up and you've done it and you're like, okay, I'm happy with it. And then you're like, okay, well, now I've got to do it again. I'm sorry. I'm not a fantasy romance where the romance is dominant. Okay, person. Oh, see, I think this is the flop. So I'm dragging my feet on ACOTAR. I have avoided it for years, but FOMO is knocking on the door. I know, it's a series I think we're all eventually going to try.
Yeah, we all know I try, and I will probably continue to try to read fantasy romance because they're always so popular, and I really want to love the popular pretty books. I really want to.
Yeah.
But
there's fantasy romance and fantasy with romance, aka romantasy, right? Which me and Brittany agree on. Yeah, that's really funny. I like when you sprint around lunchtime and morning your time, as that's mid-afternoon for me. Our daytime sprints, I think, works out for like most of the world. How are you both going? I was gonna say, it's like, Nicole, it's so early for you. I didn't even think about that. It's 6 a.m. Oh, we're doing well, but your Monday has just begun, which is very funny and still weird to think about. Y'all are the absolute sweetest. Thank you, Leandra, making me feel, genuinely, ML, we are always looking for you because you're the best. Trying to get motivated before I start sprints a bit later. Yes, that's right. You've got sprints kind of soon, actually, in a few hours as well. We'll make sure to sprint hop. I enjoyed Fourth Wing a lot, but more than I thought I would. So I got ACOTAR on Pango. Oh, yeah, sure. And then Pango, getting a secondhand book for a cheaper price. Smart, still feeling it out. The Kindle is an oubliette. Is that, where books go to never see the light of day again.
True.
I like that word. I'm gonna have to look it up and make sure I'm saying it right. It's 70 degrees Fahrenheit here. That's so hot. That's like what, like 20 degrees Fahrenheit or 20 degrees Celsius.
I have no idea what that is.
Yeah. I think it's about 20 degrees Celsius. I thought that Jess was like, I saw the 20. I'm like, Jess calculated it for us, and it's like, oh no, she's just saying.
I'm gonna look.
I think it's something around 20-ish, 22 maybe. Something
21.
Like that.
You are right on.
I'm so good. Oh my gosh, I do my best.
That is lovely.
Yeah, I guess literally, when I was at one point living in a country that did use Celsius, I was like, okay, this is my baseline, 70 degrees. And that's literally, I'm like, it's low 20, 70, and then we can go up and down from there. That was where I was going with that. And then 30 is really hot. That's like what I know. And I'm like, that's all I need to know. Sitting outside right now and hoping to read outside. It was 20 degrees Fahrenheit a few days ago. Minnesota is wild. Congratulations, Brittany, on launching your Patreon. Yes. For those of you who don't know, this is yet another reason to go check out Brittany's channel. She just announced it. It's a really short video. Yeah, go check it out. And then we'll move on quickly so that she does not feel weird about it.
I hate yes. If you see me, I'm just like, oh, we're talking about me.
You're like, oh, I cannot hide. I'm on the screen.
And I appreciate so many people. Like, everyone's been so lovely, and I appreciate it so much. I'm just weird like that and don't like attention.
Understandable. Yeah, no, I would be in the same boat, so don't worry. Happy to set up the read-alongs if people want to carry on reading. Yes, that'd be great. And hopefully we all really enjoy it. I think that's the game plan. Nice, Jess. I love reading outside. Yeah, I know. It sounds great. I appreciate that romantasy is a category now because I really don't like romance. So I appreciate knowing that is true, Gina, actually, to like have that. And you can be like, okay, this is where I stop, where I don't enter it if I'm not interested in it. Yeah, good point. That was the most perfectly nerdist description. Thanks. Emma, you know what I'm saying. Like you understand my struggle with fan row being it should be switched. I had to add mindless rest to my daily to-dos. We don't think about how important rest is. It's true. You should add it to the to-do list, 100%. Mindless rest for me would be TV, YouTube, TikTok, cozy videos, video games, and even naps. Okay. I am going to stop at Emily's, just so you all know. This is where we are in the comments. I'm going to star it so we can go back to it. But we've been talking for half an hour, and like we need to finish this book in a day. That is our plan. And so, just so everyone knows that's where we are in the comments when we get back. Let me share my screen to make sure we'll be doing 60-minute sprints. And if it comes to a time where we really need to catch up, oh my gosh, look at that thing. What in the world? Okay, so there's
That
us.
was what happened when I started too. Remember? I was like, oh, I didn't account for this layout.
Yeah, I like, and the thing that's funny is when you share, it takes me to that screen. So when I came back, that's when I realized the mayhem. I was like, what in the world? Okay, let's do that again. It
Much
looks
better.
so much calmer. Good. Okay, perfect. But yeah, so just so everyone knows, we will get to your comments after and continue the conversation. But we will see you guys in 60 minutes. Thanks for being here. Happy sprinting. Hello, everyone. Welcome back.
Hello.
Let us know how you did. How did you do, Brittany? Where are you at?
I'm at 26%. I just finished chapter 4.
Oh, okay, good. So I'm in chapter 5.
Okay.
And I'm on at 27%.
Okay, so we're
just a
basically very
little bit
close.
ahead.
Yes.
Yeah. And when just so everyone knows, we have been sending messages
Oh.
back and forth to each other. So I was kind of aware that I was a little bit ahead of you. So in the last couple minutes, I did stop listening just so we could kind of keep pace.
That's fair. I had a few. This time I did have some distractions that I had to deal with.
Yeah, which we still got really far though. Like I think that we actually got farther in this first sprint than we did in the first sprint you had.
I think I did too. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so this book, I think what kind of stinks though, there are moments where I'm like, I like the characters, but then there's not entirely. Like their dynamics weird. I like Kate, but the way, and this isn't an issue, like I keep separating the character from the author, but I feel like this is a good example of Ruby Dixon's not really good at depending on the representation she's trying to provide. Like Kate is a very large, tall woman. Like she's like 6 foot taller than that. Potentially. I'm not 100% sure.
2 or 6'3". I can't remember the exact number.
Yeah. So she's a very tall woman. And the way she describes herself is that she's large, that she's a bit curvier than other women too, but she's also 180 pounds. And I'm like, that doesn't equate. In my opinion, it doesn't.
Not math. I cannot both of us caught it and went, if you were that tall and that weight, which is fine. It's perfectly fine to be that tall and that weight. There's nothing wrong with that. But you would not be plus size.
Yeah, you would not be described as this. Yeah, like I would understand her still being insecure about her height, because that is, above average for like a woman. But it's like, but with the weight, like that's, I don't know. Like I would imagine that's like more like model-esque in my opinion, like, but with like maybe a bit more strength, not the rate.
And we harp on it. It's not just something that's like in passing.
Oh my gosh, his descriptions. Like the one time, I sent you something and then you sent me back. It was something about like, he's like, oh, my mountain or something.
There's been quite a few references to her being a mountain.
Yeah. Like I was like, oh yeah, he's like this mountain of a human. And I'm like, okay, let's calm down a second.
There's quite a few. In her too, like her internal monologue about herself is not great.
Yeah. Which again, kind of, it wouldn't be as bothersome if everyone, like, she's allowed to have her own insecurities.
Absolutely.
Like, her to have a bit of maybe body dysmorphia or like her misjudging her own weight, her size, whatever. But it's like everyone, like, and him doing this. And also, I will say I'm a little bit tired, and this is more about other romances or subplot romances that I've seen where the man is super obvious. Like he is upfront about his feelings, and then the woman or like the other love interest is always like, oh, they're teasing, or oh, they're lying or something. And it's just like, oh my gosh,
I'm not in elementary school.
Yeah, like I'm tired of that assumption from that person when it's like, no, if they're being that obvious. So it is feeling a little bit weird to me.
What we have also learned is that, and this was the one where I was like, oh, we might have some banter. And what I have realized is Ruby Dixon does not write banter well.
No, I don't think she fully knows
no
how to do it. Yeah.
There's a few things. There was a few comments made also that we've sent back and forth, which we won't go into, but there's some things that I'm like, I don't think we needed to go there.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. Have you gotten to the part that I talked to you about? Or it was just, you might miss it because it was so quick. And I almost thought about going back and re-listening, being like, did I hear that right?
No, I haven't gotten there yet.
There have been a few mentions of this person in her life. And I was like, wow, she talks about him a lot. And then this one comment, I'm like, I beg your pardon. And so I don't know. It's very weird. Anywho. So we're being very cryptic, everyone. We're so sorry. That's just the way it's going to go. But yeah, the curse continues where the first book whatever form it is, tends to be better than the second book. It's guaranteed to be better than the second book that we read. Oh, yeah.
It's very funny to me that this keeps happening. I feel bad for you, Leandra, but I instantly, I tried to overlook the first couple of comments, and then I'm like, oh no, I've got to message Leandra. Like, these are just, I need to message you about these.
Yeah, and there is, I will say, like, once in a while, and it has nothing to do with the plot, so it could have been in any book. I'm like, oh, this is kind of funny, like the language thing. There was when they were like, oh, have a chill pill, and he's like, a chill pill. I know that does not exist, like based on people's references.
Yes.
I'm like, oh yeah, like this is funny, but then
Mhm.
that cannot carry obviously everything else that's going on, and I'm just like, and on top of the fact that now the situation that they're in, they are off on their own. It's a different circumstance than we've ever had before, I will admit. But it's just, I don't know what's gonna happen.
Oh.
Anywho,
I
yeah.
will
So
say,
all of you
them
take that.
in the circumstance that they're in now, I was like, okay, they're working together. Like, this is, better than the beginning.
Yeah, but I'm also anticipating, because some information is being held by one of them and the other person isn't aware. And I feel like when they, like, the expectation that they'll, like, basically they're off on their own, and one of them is like, oh, others will come and come with us and meet up with us or find us, and the other one isn't telling this person that that's not going to
Yes, he
happen.
did.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Oh, you're right.
He's like, I told them not to come. They're not coming.
You're right. Yeah. And I thought she was going to blow up about that, but did she? She just.
I think she's just handling a lot right now.
Yeah.
Holding space
Maybe
for a
that's
lot of
what I was
things.
expecting, a larger like burst of,
Mhm.
but the circumstances they're in is, it hasn't been resolved, so maybe it'll come after. You're right. Okay.
She's in the middle of some things.
Yeah. There are other priorities beyond ripping him a
Mhm.
new one.
I feel
Okay.
like it might come.
Yeah.
However, I don't think it will be as quippy as I would like it to be, because from what
Yeah.
I've noticed, it's not quippy.
No. It's like he says something, she responds, and he's like, ha ha ha. And then that's it. And it's like, okay, we're
Yep.
gonna keep going. Yeah, that's
Mhm.
true. Anywho, I hear what you are saying as an English nerd. I look at it as primary focus listed first, the other is listed as second. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's because I'm thinking one's a noun, one's acting as an adjective. And so that's, yeah, in other languages, arguably, it would be a different order. So that kind of makes sense. I'm reading Otherland by Tad Williams. It has fantasy multiverse hopping. It was published in the late 80s. Ooh, Rose, so you're jumping between books too. That's what I do like about it. I prefer my fantasy to focus on the fantasy side. If a romance happens, fair, but I read fantasy for the fantasy. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep, exactly. So at the time we were jumping in for Brecht, it's 9:30 p.m., meaning it's probably about 10:30 p.m. now. So understandable if you want to go to bed soon. I was gonna read Aquitar in March, but then I decided to do my current challenge, which is 31 and 31. So it's been pushed back to April. Yeah, smart. I honestly, James, I would still believe in you to complete this, but be chill and like do a few smaller books maybe. Yes, I want to try, but I just Oh my gosh! They don't the streets do not want me to sprint. But we're gonna persevere. I was like, I'll just keep talking. And then it got louder. And I was like, I have to address this. I have to, yeah, it's just, that would be too awkward. And then I didn't want people to think that it was Brittany's screen and she's just chilling with it. It's like, it's me. It's
I
me.
mean, at any point, it could be my house.
Yeah,
Not
honestly.
necessarily road noise because I'm in the basement, but kid noise, 100%.
Yeah, kid noise, road noise, interchangeable at this point. That's fine. Yes, I want to try, but I just so rarely like it. And even when I tolerate them, I tend to despise the romance parts. But I do really like romance, or really like fantasy that just happens to have a relationship. I am a huge lover of a romantic subplot. I really enjoy that. And as you can see, we're reading like sci-fi romance, where like romance is the primary focus here, and there is world building and everything. But it depends. Like, I think it depends on, a writer has to, like, there's an art in a writer being able to carry a romance as the priority the entire time. And
Mhm.
not a lot of people in, like, I guess, like in the book world realize that. And I think that's why they don't take romance seriously. And I'm like, It is hard to like keep us focused and entertained and invested in a romance as the primary conflict the entire time. So
agreed.
I'm in Minnesota too, and the 70-degree weather is so wild. Minnesota is not Minnesotaing this winter. Honestly, a lot of places aren't doing what they're meant to do this winter. It's crazy. You said it right. I'm obsessed with the movie, The Labyrinth, and that's where I discovered the word. Ooh, oubliette is basically a hole in the ground to throw people in and forget about them. I like how you used it for our like read, but that's really funny.
Though.
Yeah, I like that. I like that word a lot. Also, that kind of reminds me, if anyone's read Suburban Hell, like technically there is an oubliette in there because someone is thrown into a hole in that book, and that's very funny. I like that romantasy has become more common. I think it creates a space for YA fantasy readers to get into the adult space without having to change their taste to fit traditional fantasy. That's another good point, Jasper, is that not only is it great to label it so that people who aren't interested can avoid it if they choose, but also provide that gap. Because that is, I think like the gap between YA fantasy and fantasy is the fact that there's such a heavy focus on fantasy once you get to adult that it can be intimidating for some people. That's a good transitional. Tea and all that jazz. I'm applying meaning to your comment, Lily, just so you know. like I'm just like, yes, tea, serve. A 20-minute nap has cured the headache, so now I get to read again. Yay, Julie! I'm glad. I hope that the headache stays away. Yes, yay, indeed. I'm here. I'm back. I'm going to finish my pages to start IPB. Awesome. And I know, Beatrice, that you have some comments. You've got some thoughts already that we will get to. I am just coming back from a library and park visit with the older kiddo and ready to get back to my simmering book pages. Yes, let it simmer. It's not a boil. This is a simmering book. We love it. And welcome back, Bethany. Well, I saw this comment come in, and it had me in stitches.
I cackled because if you go back to the live comments, you will have Bree trolling you in the comments of going, "We won't see Jess till we switch channels."
Yeah, I was gonna say, Bree was 100% correct. Was like, we're seeing Jess on Leandra's channel. Yeah. That's too funny. Hi all. Hello, Laura. Reading A Broken Blade by Melissa Blair. It is a romantasy. We've been talking a lot about romantasy, Laura, so you are here at perfect timing, which also touches some serious topics. I'm really enjoying it. I always can appreciate, not all books need serious topics, but when they do, I like it when they can do it well. Hello, Alicia. Just joining, reading my way through 50 Shades Freed. Oh, you're making your way through that series. Trying to reach at least the halfway point today. Currently 176 out of 579. You still have 400 pages. Did I math correctly? That is, oh my gosh. I continue to be baffled by how big those books are. Yes, Beatrice was starting, and then mentioned, I love how Georgie is thinking of killing them. Yeah, Georgie is like survival first. And honestly, Beatrice, if you like that, you're going to really like Liz, because Liz is like Georgie times 10.
True.
Hello, Nikki. I'm reading The Housemaid. That's by Frida McFadden. Yes, I believe so. Yes. It's the book choice for, I was like, okay, Brittany's not going to give me anything. That's fine. We're going to continue.
I was reading, a comment came in and I got distracted by reading that, and my brain, I've been here for, it's been 8 hours, y'all.
Yeah, you've been here a long time. You've already put in your brain power today. You don't need to be here.
My brain went, woo, and then I realized you were talking to me, and I went, oh, right. Yeah, I'm on screen.
Yeah, I was like, okay, anyways, continuing. But just because I figured you had the answer.
I did, but my brain had left the building. I'm back. Okay.
Honestly, same. I would be the same for you. It's the book choice for a book club I'm in. I hope everyone is having a great day. We are, Nikki. We're surviving. We're getting through it at this point. I mean, we started at 9 a.m. my time. We've put in an 8-hour day. We've basically put in 9 to 5. Like we are, yeah. Good evening. Hello, Claire. Good to see you again. Just popping in to say hello, but I finished the first Ice Planet Barbarian, settled on a 3-star. That was me too. I gave it a 3-star. But funny to read, off to bed now. Sounds good, Claire. Yeah, and again, like try books 2 and 3. We liked them better, like, or, equivalent. Like, I think that they each had good things on their own. But yeah, I had a 3-star for the first book as well. I love how Georgie. Oh, I already sent this comment. It's too funny. I got all the quizzes graded and got a good start on the discussion posts. Amazing, ML. Oh, yes. Praises go to you, ML. They're dedicated to you. Celebration. Only got 46 more pages to go. Paul, you are close to the end. Only 24 pages left of The Seventh Bride. A lot of people are close to the end. Not sure how this predicament will end. Predicament is an interesting word choice. I wish you luck. I'm on page 290 in Amari and the Great Game. Emily, are you enjoying it? Is it as good as book 1? Because this is book 2 if I have my mind correct. I finished that novella. Now for Rook and Harlow's honeymoon. Ooh, well, Christina, it depends. If you liked Rook and Harlow, amazing for you. I don't know if I would touch that book. I don't know if I'd be interested. Probably not.
They were not our favorite.
No, they weren't. And this is the retelling that we were talking about. It's also just a weird retelling. Like, I've never heard of it existing before. Like, and I didn't think about it until you said it, but like Tarzan.
It's Tarzan.
I don't know. I don't know if Tarzan should be reimagined. I don't know if that.
I don't think Tarzan needed to be smutty.
Yeah. And just anyway, it doesn't matter. Back from my walk. It is beautiful outside. Amazing, Danny. I may go for a run in a bit. Got to 64% of Cursor's Fury. Amazing. I might go for a walk in the next sprint and like put my headphones on and leave you all and hope nothing goes wrong. Because it is really nice out here too. I'm at the 75% mark of my book, also close to finishing, kind of, depending on how big this book is. I also decided to start working on the crochet project again. Awesome. 55 pages, and now I'm halfway through. 154 pages to go. You can do it. I'm at page 37, I think. 9% read has my Kobo says. Okay. So you're still early days, very early days for that one. 60 pages in Queen of Blood. I'm really enjoying myself. Awesome, Jojo. I have it pulled up on another screen, the Queen of Blood, because I'm like, okay, keeping my eye on that one. No reading, but I watched Ren's vlog. Have scheduled next week's videos and have been updating my journal with February stats. Awesome. Good to know that Ren has a blog out as well. Read 32 pages in Such a Fun Age, and I'll be switching over to Britney Spears' memoir. I was thinking that because I got this Britney on my brain. I was like, oh, okay, you spelled Britney's name wrong. What are you moving on to? And then I was like, oh, okay. There is another famous Britney out there. Britney Spears.
Another famous Britney. I love that you've now clumped me with the most famous of Britneys.
Yes, we've got music industry Britney, and then we've got booktube Britney. The two famous Britneys in my life.
In knowledge.
So just got it from Libby though. Okay, cool, awesome. Hope you enjoyed the memoir. I know that it's like if you listen to the audiobook, I've heard that there's a paid actor or narrator to kind of sound like Britney Spears.
Michelle Williams narrates it.
Okay.
And I would not say she changes her voice. She uses her actual voice, but I think very quickly you forget because they do sound somewhat similar.
Similar. Okay.
And since you're used to hearing Britney Spears more sing than talk, it's not that.
It's not that bad. Okay.
After a minute and forget that it's not her talking.
Mm-hmm.
I think it was probably the right choice. Normally, I am pro and someone reading their own.
Yeah, but depending on the topics and how fresh it is, I would understand why she wouldn't want to.
And I don't know if she would have been the best to narrate it, to be honest. I think it was probably the right choice because she does a little author's note at the beginning. And I think it was the right choice to have Michelle Williams do it. Normally, I would not say that. But I think in this case, it was, and you forget pretty quickly that it's not her saying it because they sound enough similar.
That's good to know. Yeah. And then again, also not sure if you're even going to like listen to the memoir anyway, because it just says you got it from Libby. I don't know if you got the audio or not, but okay. 80% into my book. It's so intense right now. Crystal, you're getting close to the end. And then you'll figure out just how it ends. Like if there's like a big twist or whatever's going to happen with First Lie Wins.
We're going to have a lot of finished books here in a minute.
Yeah, we're all doing so good today. Good job, guys. I got to page 128 of An Education Malice, ... It's not what I expected, ... but I think I like it. Okay. This is better, because I think last time when you were talking about that in Brittany Sprints, you
were
were very
unsure.
ominous. Yeah, you weren't sure how you were feeling. I'm at 46% of Barbarian's prize. Allison, what are you thinking? I feel like hopefully you're enjoying the couple, because I think that was the most important thing for us. I'm at 50% for Lexi. Okay, you're literally twice where we are, which is not a surprise to anyone. My husband had the audacity to be hungry, so I made dinner, but still got to 63%. You overcame. Like, how dare he? He put an obstacle in your way, and you still overcame. Good job, Stacy. All I can think at this point is how sore Liz. Yes, that is true. You pretend, like, not even think about the various things these women go through with their alien men.
Mm-hmm.
That is too funny. Yeah, the height and weight would be very slender. No way it's yeah, that's why it's literally emphasized that she's like curvy and larger than the other women, and not just like in height. So that's why it's very weird. Read 2 Neil Gaiman short stories, then switched to Sold by Patricia McCormick. Really good poetry novel about a really horrible topic. Reading it for a banned book prompt. I have about 48 minutes left. Ooh, okay. It sounds like an important, at least like a important topic, especially, unfortunately, a lot of banned books typically are covering important things that we need to talk about. So, yeah. Yeah, my cousin, a dude, but my only frame of reference here is 6'2" and weighs 190, and he's fairly slim. Yeah, like, and it's not like you'd be a twig, but like you're not.
You wouldn't be considered curvy in all the things that they're using, because it's well described.
Yeah.
And I think it would have worked had you just not put the actual height and weight in there. So I'm not sure why that was included.
Yeah, because then now you're making us imagine it and like reference like our own body types, other body types that we know of, and you're like, those numbers
don't make sense. And I mean, even
and she's strong. Like, she is a tough cookie.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I'm like, she's clearly also extremely muscular. So
Yeah.
like 180, I feel like when you got a lot of muscle on your body, like that is heavy weight in like a different way that I'm like, I don't know. It's very, doesn't make any sense.
And some of the descriptions of it are not the best, but like that was the moment of, I was like, that doesn't make sense.
No. Like, you literally can just erase that number. And that's when it's like, shouldn't your editor have been like, wait, anyway. I think I'm gonna make lunch here soon. I'm thinking about cheeseburgers, but the grill is a pain in the butt to clean. Yeah, I know when you're like, oh, this would be perfect. And you're like, that's a little bit extra work. And is the work worth it? The more I hear about this series, the less I'm interested in picking up. Kirsty, we're so sorry. I know, like, honestly, it's so hard to describe, because we have had 5 stars. We've had a really enjoyable time, but then it's more so you're guaranteed on my channel to have a bad book as well.
It's almost true. And I will say, I really do feel like the first 10 books are very different than after the 10th book.
Yes, and because you can also see, like, Ruby Dixon had to get creative in certain ways to like get these couples to even exist, and that also makes it weird and complicated, and yeah, you can kind of tell as it goes on that she had no idea it was going to go on this long either, and it's just like, what can I cook up to make all of this make sense? So yeah, like, it's definitely more fun to also talk about it with people, to be like, we can either rag on it or be like, oh, this is fun, and that's how we can get through the bad books together. So understandable. But like if I was reading this alone, yeah, no, that it's not kind of sad. This isn't the worst book, Kirsty. So that's something you can look forward to if you try this. We've given quite a few other books like lower. We haven't obviously star rated this yet, but we've given some 1 stars, some 2 stars that I would, at the moment. I mean, who knows? It could get worse, right? We're only 25% in, but yeah. Hope you're enjoying watching us talk about it, though. At least living vicariously through us. So her BMI would be 23. Definitely not plus size. Yeah, like, exactly. As soon as you start putting numbers to it, you're like, this does not align. But I am enjoying it a bit. I see the trigger warnings you were talking about, but I normally don't have many trigger warnings myself. So I'm going, okay, yeah. I'm glad that you're like, yes, I agree that they exist, because they do, but they don't affect you in the same way that it might be harder for other people. Okay. I hated how the girls did not go forward with their plan. Oh, yeah. Oh, my gosh. This is like light years ago. But I remember what you're talking about. Yeah. Oh no, is this Lexi-esque Leandra? Hate the denial of constant levels of interest from the other party. What are you talking about, Danny? I can't understand this comment.
I think this is with him being interested in her and her saying,
oh, you know what this is? Okay, I was thinking Lexi as in Lexi in the comments, but we're talking about Lexi in Capture the Sun by Jesse Mahalik. This is book 3 in the Starlight Shadow series. Danny, I have officially picked. Okay, thank you. This was good. Yes, this is Lexi level to the point where he is so obvious. On top of the fact we are in his perspective, and he calls her beautiful and lovely, and she's like, oh, he's teasing me, and it's just like, oh my gosh, no, he's not.
I mean, he also uses some of the most cringiest pickup lines that you ever did see.
Yeah.
So that doesn't help his cause.
Yeah, like he's really bad at it, but he also is like an alien who can't, like, you know what I mean? Like he's using what he had. So it's just very weird that she. And then when they're alone and he continues to like say kind things to her, she's like, why is he doing this while we're alone now? There's no one else to like see him making fun of me. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, like just talk to each other. So Danny, yes, but he also has an excuse for being very bad at what he does. Whereas Nilo in Capture the Sun was very good at what he did. And that's why there was 100% no excuse for Lexi to do that. So like he's remains one of my favorite love interests. It's so annoying that he had Lexi to work with because that book, it's her fault. Anyway, I read 6 pages, Percy, and listened to 10 pages of the fine print. Hope to get more done next sprint, but getting tired. Okay, well, you know what? It is getting late for you too. So feel free to sign off if you need to. We appreciate you hanging out with us. Also, how hard would it have been to look at an ideal weight? Literally, truly. Because ideal weight for a woman is 6'2", is 153, 187. So like she's not exactly like what, like it's not, does not work. And I don't know, Ruby Dixon. I mean, let's be honest, she probably didn't do much research in general with these books.
No, I don't anticipate that there was, but
yeah. Got to 75%. Awesome, Kelly. Me just over here being irrationally angry about that. I don't know. This is not irrational.
It's not.
Jess, we are the same. We've been sending things back to each other back and forth, and we're just, yeah. So 20 pages to go to my page goal for the day in The Warmth of Other Suns. This is the simmering read. I so badly want to dive into Assassin's Apprentice. Well, I'm glad that you're really liking that. Had a good time at the library, but we had park energy. So we went there and ran into some friends, stayed way longer than I meant to. Now I'm trying to just sit and read. Kids not into it. Yeah, well, because they've been running around and the kids like, yes, let's keep the fun going. Oh my gosh, you're in Belgium? That is, let me see here. I want it to be spring. I lived in Antwerp for a little bit. I'm not sure if you live in like the Flanders. I'm imagining with Brecht, but that's very fun. Yeah. Anyways, more about books. I only know the word oubliette from the movie Labyrinth with David Bowie. That's exactly what we were just talking. That's Laura. It's so funny that you said that because we talked about Labyrinth and how it's in there. Hello, Sirvasha. I'm reading Things for Middle Grade March, listening to Other Words for Home. Also purchased The Hat Makers and The Map Makers on Leandra's recommendation, Sirvasha. I hope you don't regret it because I will admit, I haven't read The Map Makers, but Danny and I have been talking about how we want to read it because she also read The Hat Makers on my recommendation and really enjoyed it too. So you've got 2 people who've enjoyed it. Have you read The Hat Makers?
Brittany? I haven't. I loved Other Words for Home though. So
oh my gosh. So we already have approval for the other book that I haven't read personally. I think you should read The Hat Makers too, because I think you would like that one. I'm exhausted from work, so I'm going to go to bed. I'm 1.5 books behind, but that's fine. James, you read so much all the time. You will get through it. I promise. I know that can be stressful for you, and that's easy for us to say.
Late. It must be what, 10 something?
Yeah. Go to bed. Have a good sleep. Be ready, refreshed for tomorrow. Yeah. That's because y'all know I say I'm taking a quick nap. This is because we're like, okay, we'll see you in a few hours. Like, it's fine. That is too funny. And yes, summer. Yeah, I figured that's what you were saying, Rex. Sorry. I know it would be nice to have like official spring, summer weather. And then hello, I'm still out with my friend. If I'm not back before y'all end, who's on the third? Honestly, the third leg, we'll just unofficially say it's Nicole.
I'm good too.
Nicole
Let's
will
go
just
with
keep
that.
them.
Mhm.
Yeah, we'll
Then
go
she'll
with
be
that. And like she probably starts in about an hour, I would say. So we'll make sure to hop to. And then okay, so we've been chatting for a half an hour again. I'm going to star this comment to make sure we can get back to it. Because again, we're on a crunch. When we come back, hopefully we'll be halfway through this book. So yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out with us for so long though too. And I appreciate your patience as we try to get through the comments because I can't help but talk with every single comment because I want to react.
You know, we do our best.
We do. We just like talking. We also like reading. It's fine. Okay, everyone. We will see you in 60 minutes. If you've got to head off because you need to go to sleep, no worries. Completely understandable. We'll catch you next time. Okay. Bye. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
I just saw in the comments that you left me a voice message and I haven't listened to it. So
It's like
now,
27 seconds long. You should just mute yourself and I'll entertain the people.
okay, entertain the people. I'll be
It's
back.
not important. Like it's different than the other voice messages I sent you.
Okay,
But
okay,
it is
okay.
about the book.
Okay, I am muting myself. This is now Brittany's show.
I saw that Jess caught me and I was like, yes, I am sending Leandra a voicemail message. It is true. It be true. And we'll see if Leandra agrees with me about what I'm saying. And the facial expressions make me think that yes, we agree, which I would say more often than not is accurate. Also, Beatrice, I'm loving watching you experience IPB like as you go through. I'm loving it. Okay, Leandra's back.
Okay, the voice message has been listened to. I sent a little quick message back. Just the highlight. Yes, I agree. Yeah, this is turned around. Like there's obviously still some like little things,
Mhm.
like, as far as, but I feel like their communication has gotten a lot better. Like they've put it all out there so that he knows what he's done, what he's said or done that's made her uncomfortable. And yeah, like I'm happy about that. And yeah, the banter. The banter that we were missing, it's finally getting there. And maybe it's because she's also reciprocating in the right way now. Like she
I think
understands what he's
so.
doing.
I think so. I think it's a little bit of like a lot of this stuff that we were hearing was in her internal monologue now looking
Mhm.
back. So we're starting to see that some of these things were insecurities. Now, obviously, I said to Leandra in that voice message, I'm irritated by some of the things that are in the beginning of this book because I'm liking this part of the book so much that I
Mhm.
can't overlook some of those things that we talked about in the last one, and I'm irritated that they were there. Um
Yeah, like this doesn't make up for the fact that those things were there. It actually
Yeah,
is a bit more annoying because now we've got the
correct,
ingredients that we like, and it's like, why couldn't that have been in the beginning?
correct.
And yeah, so it's because there are moments that like they're like making me laugh, and he's like
Mhm,
he's being his typical blue alien self where he's like
mhm,
patient and like working with her.
mhm.
um yeah, there is a so like they're working on her shyness, and his what he decides to do to make her more comfortable. I love that. I thought it was hilarious.
Me
It was great.
too. I
Yeah.
have to say, I actually Kate's fine. Like,
Yeah,
Kate's
I'll
fine.
take her or leave her. Mhm.
But Herrick, grown on me more and more to be up there in some of my top alien boys in this series, which
Yeah.
is really interesting. So,
Well, especially for the fact, though, that we realize that he's not the one whose dad died.
no,
And I was like, okay, now I see him in a completely different light, because at first I was like, this is very weird
right.
to be seeing him being all jokey, and it's like, but the only thing we've seen is grief. And I was like,
Mhm,
oh, that's not his grief, that's why.
mhm,
It's like, okay, he's a bit more like who, like Ihako and those types of characters that are just like fun loving, a little bit more out of the box, like an attention kind of thing.
mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
Agreed. Which are our favorite alien guys.
They are.
So,
So we'll see how Kate matches that in the next half. Oh, I don't even think you said. I'm at what percentage am I at? Maybe you said it and I'm
I haven't. I'm at 53, which
okay.
equates to just into chapter 9.
Okay, I'm on. I think it said 56, so I'm a little bit ahead of you. Not too crazy
That
though.
makes sense because you got to that middle thing in chapter 8 before I did.
Yes. Yeah. Okay, cool. Anywho, yeah. So okay. Again, rocky start, but
Part.
is my book for my channel gonna actually be okay? Like gonna work out? I don't know. Too soon to
I'm
tell.
so
We never know.
irritated that the beginning was not good because this book could have been actually legitimately good.
I know. And there was like the thing too is, yeah, I can't get past the weird comments. Like, did you see
No.
did you end up hearing the comment that I was
Yes.
like, this is
Yes.
And like, I don't think it's a spoiler. It's just this weird thing. So I'm gonna say it. But if you guys
Okay.
want to mute us, we will. I'll put my hand up so that you know that I don't think it's a spoiler though. It's
It's
just like a
not.
character thing. But like Kate, she comes from her place on Earth. Her mom had like remarried, so she had a stepdad, and she's commented about him a lot. And how like one comment was how, oh, and he never found me attractive and blah blah blah. And I was like, I'm sorry, who never found you attractive? Your stepfather, someone who's married to your mother. And it was just a small thing, but okay, hand down. That was weird,
Yeah.
right? It was really uncomfy. And I was
Mhm.
like, okay, we're never gonna address this.
I feel like this book has two parts. Before the thing that happened,
Yeah.
which I can't say. So take with
Yeah.
what you will. There's a before the thing that happened, which was not good.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And these people had issues. And after the thing that happened, where their issues were very different issues and actually much more relatable and made more sense. So I'm not really sure why those were not just the issues we had the whole time.
I know. Yeah. Like these issues make more sense now. It's just, oh wow. Well, I think this was like a novel where Ruby was searching. And I keep talking about her in the first person. I don't know her. I don't know why I keep doing that. Ms. Dixon. I don't know. This was like her. I think she was searching for something in this novel. Like she wasn't really. And then when she's found
Yeah.
it, she's like, okay, we're good. Now I've got it. And it's like, okay, but like, can you go back and edit
Yeah.
the other stuff to match?
Mhm.
Yeah.
I also think that we do know Ruby Dixon because we have read so many of the books that I feel like we know Ruby Dixon's
Mhm. Yeah.
spirit through her alien
Oh my
romances.
gosh. Yeah. I did like when she kind of broke the fourth wall a little bit when they went off on their own, because as characters do. And he was like, this has worked for so many other couples. I'm gonna have us go off alone. And I was like, okay, at least Ruby Dixon is aware. You know what I mean? She's like, okay, I acknowledge this.
I see that I do this often.
Yeah, where like these characters are like catching on, being like,
Yeah.
okay, that's what I'm gonna do. And it's like, okay, like I'm whatever, props to that. That I thought that was a funny comment. I can't remember when that happened, but I did find that funny.
Yeah.
Okay, let me try to find where we were in the comments, because I know that we were behind, and there was some chat while we were going, so I'll try to get through those quickly, but yes, okay, so now we're here with Beatrice, and there's a lot of comments from Beatrice, which I loved. So we'll get to those. But Georgie times 10, I think I will like it. I think you'll like Liz. She's a firecracker. She's really fun. Girls, you might have put me into something. Yes, Beatrice. Again, they're not all winners, but that first threesome is great. But threesome meaning books, of course. I'm reading. We're talking about romance, and it's smutty, but that never happened. I will tell you that there's never that in these books as of yet. So
I wasn't expecting that.
yeah, I was like, as I said that, I was like, okay, we're talking about some hot romance, so we need to backtrack. That isn't, yes.
Oh, that was funny.
We're at that point. It's 6 p.m. here, 7 p.m. for Brittany, where we've been on for a long time. We're hitting almost, oh my gosh, we're hitting 12 hours almost. We got this.
Yeah.
So I'm being a bit zany. I'm reading The Last Unicorn right now. I forgot how melancholy the story is. Oh my goodness. I didn't realize it was melancholy. I really liked Rook and Harlow. Okay, see, exactly. So some people really enjoyed it.
Neva did too.
Yeah, Neva really liked it. And I could name a few people that I think said they liked it, them too. So there is a big like group of fans for that book. We weren't fans. We didn't like it. It's so nice out today. I'm using the grill to make dinner. Oh my gosh, you're not the only one. Although there was debate of whether, taking the work to clean and do everything for prep, but it was a really nice day out. And I forgot to go for a walk, so I didn't. It's fine. I just kept cleaning. I just remembered as like the sun was going down. I'm like, that's right. That's fine. Read 5 chapters of my alpha read. Finally caught up and can now read the next chapters slowly, as they aren't due until next week. Awesome. Yeah, take your time. And then we've got Kirsty's comment. To be fair, I think Tarzan is a much more logical choice to smutty retell than, say, Adore, Balloons, Tetris Blocks.
Fair.
Yes, you're right. That there are others to be scraping the bottom of the barrel with. That Tarzan isn't there, but I would argue it's depending on how you take it. It's like
Tarzan was
intellectual.
better than Were Turkey, if we have to,
Okay.
rate these things.
Yeah, bring it in. Might as well. Let's compare it to Were Turkey. You know, like that's the highest compliment, right? Because Were Turkey was everyone's favorite. Read 60 pages. Awesome, Kylie. And again, this was from last sprint. So, Kylie, I'm sure you're further now. It is only 57 pages, so I can get through it. The Ihako and Kira honeymoon was not bad. I laughed. I know that, Christina, you like went on further. There was something about how you were wondering why it existed. So we'll get to your other comment about that. Hello, Coda. I've been here lurking this whole time. Just finished watching Dune Part 1. It's probably a little late to go see Part 2 now because I'm old. No! Probably stay home and read now, says the person who stays up so late to do sprints with everyone. But I understand.
That's literally what I thought.
Yeah, I was like, but also being out in public, leaving your home, I
True.
understand that's a different vibe, but you're up very late anyway. I just got into audiobooks, really enjoying them. Yeah, honestly, as soon as you catch the audiobook bug, you can just appreciate they just make your life so much easier and they're really fun. It's like just listening to a movie sometimes. I got a bit addicted. I want to keep reading. Yes, Beatrice, you just keep letting us know how it goes. It makes sense because Michelle and Brittany are close in age. Yeah, sure. That makes sense. That's about the memoir. Whenever I get an actor's memoir or anyone's memoir, I try and listen to the audiobook. It's 6 hours and I'll listen at 1.5 speed. Hopefully we'll finish it tonight. Yeah, honestly.
It's a good audiobook. It was
good.
well done.
Okay, good to know. I have this. It is one of my most anticipated for the year. I was going to start it, but a recent DNF made me cranky or slumpy. So I think I could ruin it if I get. Yes, it's good to like reflect and being like, I could impact this book. And the book that Amal is talking about is An Education in Malice. I think I'm going to read a cozy to cleanse my palate. Yes, that's smart. Because we can impact books.
ML and I are both highly anticipating An Education in Malice.
Yes. Yeah, so you both have to like read it when it's right, when the book deserves your kind of attention and everything.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. We tend to agree on the Dark Academia books,
which honestly tracks. It makes sense that you would. Yeah. Just looked up the Britney Spears audiobook at the library. Oh my goodness. Sounds about right. Yeah, that's so many holds. I hope you read it within the year.
Seriously.
That's because that's a goal. Because I don't know if you'll get to it.
Yeah, I will say it is on Everand. If you want to do like a free trial.
That's good to know.
Most of us have links in our description box for free trials of Everand. So an idea.
Yeah. So yeah, maybe go to, because Brittany is linked. So go to Brittany's, go into one of her descriptions, and then do that. Yes, that's probably a wise move. Wait a minute. Yeah, exactly. I agree. I started to think of all the books I am currently reading, and then I thought, what do I have in my TBR? I don't remember. Honestly, I do that too, where I'm like, okay, I've set up all these books, and I'm like, okay, wait a second, which one of you did I actually say I was going to read? Because I can't remember either. I am really liking it so far, especially like you said, how it is handling trauma. And yeah, with Barbarian's prize, that's like the kind of biggest one among many that you really see where it's handled. We got one in this last book, book 12. That one also demonstrated someone who experienced years of like trauma, but yeah, Tiffany's like, she has the perfect mate for her. That's all I have to say. Also, I should share that the book that made me so cranky that I finally DNF'd was Cruel Illusions by Margie Fuston. Oh, I did love Margie Fuston's other book, though, Vampire's Heart and Other Dead Things. I think that's a bigger disappointment when you're like, I know I've loved other things in this person's canon, and then you're like, oh no, I'm not going to be reading that series. I've heard talk about multiple in the series, and each time went, nope, it's fine. Yeah, exactly. Totally fine. You can live vicariously through us. No need to read it. Also, Danny said, I got it. Yes. So Lexi from Capture the... With that said, Hunt the Stars remains one of my favorite reads from last year. Eclipse the Moon's also great. Capture the Sun has everything that we love except for Lexi, and it's just unfortunate. But yeah, it's still a great series. Just took raspberry crumble bars out of the oven. That sounds delicious. Georgie thinking they are in Canada had me cackling. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Georgie's actually super funny. I do remember her humor. unintentional humor. I am a little curious on how they get from the finite number of Earth women that landed on Not Hoth to how many books and couples. Yeah, Ruby Dixon does get a little bit creative. We've seen two what I can only describe as replenishes,
Mhm.
where she's found a way to add more women. So that's it.
One I think was done well, one not so much.
Yeah, no. One, yeah, and we're still going to be seeing remnants of that one, of the second one. The first one made sense. Like, it
Yes.
actually made a lot of sense, whereas this one was pushing it in a weird way.
What I still don't understand is why she coupled up people not on book, because then she would not have had to replenish. I
Yeah.
still do not understand that.
Like that, and that also 100% shows that she wasn't anticipating it getting like this popular or long, because we were in the background. She was like, oh, and then these two people are together automatically and all these things, and I'm like, oh, we didn't see any of them, and now they just exist. And or she could have just lied and said there were more women. I don't know, like something weird like that, where a couple people were. I mean, she's fudged the facts other ways, so whatever. But I've just read the blurb, and it is clear to me that I genuinely knew nothing about this book going into it and just made it up in my head what is going to be. Okay, so for Education and Malice, you were like, it's going to be this way. And then they were like, no, it's not. I live right in the middle of Limburg. And yeah, I was gonna say, with that, just that title of that place, Flanders. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure I saw that Brecht left, which is totally fine, because I'm sure you're very tired. And people were saying to sleep well to James. The Hat Makers and Map Makers are so good. Can't wait to read the third one this month. That's the Troublemakers, and I'm really looking forward to it. I will warn Brittany, though, that I noticed that books 2 and 3 have boats on the cover. And I know you're not into boat books, so but
I'm
the middle.
okay as long as the book isn't completely take place on a boat.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll have to read it first and let you know
We'll
how
start with
it
Hat
goes.
Makers, and then you can tell me.
Yes, because Hat Makers is very much settled in kind of alternate history London kind of thing. It's very
Mhm.
fun. Yeah, it just turned 10 in the UK, meaning that now it's like past 11 in the UK. Signing off, totally fine. I'm on page 51. They just crashed, and this more comments to come. And then let me see here. Oh, this is where Christina was like, I am asking myself why Rook and Harlow need a honeymoon, since they weren't they by themselves? Yeah, they literally I mean, granted, they weren't a couple and they weren't together or whatever for the beginning of it, but every single one of these couples had a honeymoon leading up to and during their kind of honeymoon stage. Even, it's they don't need any more alone time. They all have literally had it for most of their books.
I feel like these should have been called Baby Moons.
Yeah, baby moons for sure. Oh, and on top of that, this book in particular, Rook and Harlow, they were alone together for a long time for certain reasons. And it's so weird. Just checking in from work. Hi, Jen. Thanks for hanging out. And yeah, thanks for checking in with us while we were on sprint. If you're still here, we appreciate you. I wanted to say hi. Sad to miss these sprints today. That's okay. And good luck at work if you happen to be here right when I say that. Good luck at work. And then here's the spamming from Beatrice, which we love. Georgie just encountered something with fish eyes. Oh yes, this is okay. This is when this is when she first experiences, I think, the water. When they're like, oh, you got to be
With the
careful.
stick.
Are
Mhm.
they called? What are they called? Face eaters or something? Or I
Something
don't
like
know.
that.
And then something scary. Just met Vectal, which is Georgie's love interest. Beatrice is obsessed. Do not apologize. This comment made me laugh. Mates. I did not know this had mates. Yes,
Yes.
every single book it has them,
Big plot
finding their
point.
mate. Like they're soulmates, but in a weird way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Truth be told, I did know zero when I started this. Yep. That is too funny. I love it so much. Yeah, do not apologize. And then we've got Nicole, aka Hazelnut. Hello. Hope you're doing well this evening. And then we say never apologize. Exactly. Yes, Jess is echoing exactly what I'm saying. I spent that entire sprint taking out all of the garbage in the house, doing a deep clean on the litter box and Danica's room where the cat box lives, and vacuuming the house. Had a blast. Did you genuinely have a blast, or is that the just sarcasm? I'm
I feel like
assuming.
that has to be sarcasm.
Yeah. But I don't know. You might have had a lot of fun being like, ooh, yay, cat litter, my favorite. I'm having so much fun. I'm at 28%. I don't even know how I read it so fast. It does go by so fast, though. These books do. And I have discovered that Vectal, yes. All of these men have tails. They also have, what are these called? Spurs?
Sure.
If you don't know what that is yet, Beatrice, you will find out.
Our character just discovered the spur, and that was a fun moment.
Yes, and I was like, how did this character not have heard of the infamous spur yet?
Talked about the spur.
Yeah, I was like, these ladies are not telling, like the old veterans haven't been telling them what's been going on, and I'm like, what is going on? Also, please tell me why Raja has been outside 95% of the day. She watched me clean the litter box, came inside, used it, and then went back out. The audacity. She's like, okay, yes, good. You've cleaned it. All right, I'm off to my adventures. Yeah. We work for the cats. They own us. But also, so far, I think he's very sweet. Even though they can't communicate, that is very interesting because, and I kind of forgot about that because most of the books, they find a way to communicate.
Very shortly, I'm pretty sure that will be changed.
Yes, exactly.
If it would have went on for a long time, we would have been frustrated.
Yeah, it would have gotten old. It would have been like, okay, so you got to learn some words together, people. Like, what's going on here? You all don't normally see many of my reactions, so until I'm here, you will get. Yes, I'm here for it. It is great. Watching book club next chapter. It's so cute. Ooh, that's amazing. Awesome, Jean. Also, hope you're having a lovely evening. The voice message that Brittany's leaving. Okay, we finally reached this part of the comments. Oh my gosh, I love it. I know, because as soon as you kind of like put the phone up and you start talking, you're like, I know what you're doing.
I mean, I had to message Leandra. I was like, things have happened.
I'm glad that you did. Yeah. And I'm glad that this book has turned around, even though, again, the first half was weird, or first quarter was weird. On a call with Ren. We'll be back later. Yeah, no worries. Have fun. I hope you muted us so you don't even hear this. I worked on some coloring pages and I'm at 75%. So finish the next run. Ooh. I'm intrigued to know what you think, Lexi. Are you like vibing in the same roller coaster as we are? Or, yeah.
We need to know.
Yeah. Listen to a few chapters and I am making tomato relish and pickles, using up all the summer excess vegetables. Ooh, nice, Jojo. We love that. We try not to do any food waste when we can. Made it to 72%. Still really enjoying it. Awesome, Allison. I'm at 87% and I'm not okay.
This is book 2. What happened at 87% of this book?
Not okay. I know. Okay, I think I know.
You'll need to tell me.
Yeah, hold on. It might be
Oh, I think I know.
Yeah, isn't it? I think I typed that really fast and it looks weird, but is that it? Or was it? Yeah?
Good. Yep.
Something. I think that's about when it happened and it was like, what the heck? And then of course, because Liz being Liz, she Liz's to her most. And yeah, which we appreciate. I'm sorry, Stacy. Yeah, it is. That was a shock. After which we aren't surprised though, because it is per the culture, but it was crazy. After deliberating the entire live on what to read, I decided to reread Soul Keeper and am now on the 3rd chapter. Awesome, Morgane. Woohoo. I hope that it ended up being worth it. Sometimes you just got to probably take longer to decide on a book than actually reading it. I'm at 29% and I'm really enjoying it. If you can yes. Oh my gosh. Another one. We brought another one into our fold. Even though, like, again, we haven't, some of these books that we were having ups and downs today. Finished The Seventh Bride. I very much enjoyed it. If it tempts anyone, there's a super cute animal companion. Cuter than Poe and Sketty. Shut up. But not as ambiguous. Okay. Seventh Bride. I'm starting to comment.
You've got me with cuter than Sketty. I'm sorry.
Especially because I'm so glad that you brought this up. I'm really behind on my pages as far as like reviewing them, but I've drawn. I
Did you
drew
draw Sketty?
Sketty. Can you see it? Yeah, I drew Sketty. I was like, I'm including, and I was freaking out. I was so afraid that I was gonna mess it up, and I think it turned out really well. So yeah, Tennille, you know how to persuade us.
Is
Okay.
this who's the author? Is this the T. Kingfisher one?
Ooh. Oh, but there's also one Ursula Vernon.
I need to know who the author is, please.
Yeah. And then I'm still very high in the comments. So when you arrive there, Brittany may see it before.
I will watch for it.
Please. By the way, how are they going to communicate? Yeah, you'll see. I'm very curious. Yeah, I'm not sure on how many pages I read, but I'm currently at 214 out of 579. So progress of 50 Shades Free. Yeah, you're making progress. I think halfway is 290. Yeah, approximately. Because what, 250, and then yeah, you did the math. Yeah, 290. Nice.
It is T. Kingfisher.
Okay, T. Kingfisher. Good to know. I still haven't read anything by T. Kingfisher, which I need to. So that might be the one where I start. Got to 82%. Awesome. Kelly, you're chipping away. Made it to 190 in A Touch of Darkness. Unfortunately, I'm not enjoying this book. If it wasn't for a book club, I would have DNF'd it. Oh no. I don't know if you're listening to it on audio, but you could always like speed it up a little bit, try to get through it. Or like if you've got time, is it by the end of the month? Because then maybe you could put it down for a little bit, read something else, and then kind of come back to it. I ran out and grabbed dinner. I need to have dinner actually. And I have reached my favorite scene in this reread, having a blast. Yes, we love it. Okay, so this one is just an in-depth look at their time at the beach. Not done with it. So it's not even like a honeymoon. It's just like a fill-in.
Like from a bit from in the book that we didn't in-depthly see.
Yeah, like when we sped through and like, okay, interesting. I didn't realize that was a possibility. Hello and happy Sunday. Hello to you. Just saw that you're streaming and popped in to hit the like button and to encourage others to do the same. Thanks so much. Also, Ms. Peepers is a newer booktuber, so if you are all looking for, to make friends, you could go check out her channel, say hi. Just joined late in that sprint, started The Picture of Dorian Gray. Jamie, you are reading a classic. And it's a classic that a lot of people are like, it's their favorites. I know that Brooklyn from Brooklyn Reads loved that book. I'm on 12% into the memoir, then had to do some stuff outside of reading. We do, don't we? Sometimes reading sprints are not reading, are they? On the phone, only got 2 pages to go. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, you stay on the phone, do what you got to do, and then if you need to, mute us to finish that book.
I think Paul later says that they did finish and will message me, and I'm very excited to hear your thoughts.
Yay! Okay, great. Yeah, I'm currently in the past. Brittany's in the future or in the present with you guys. I am sorry oh my goodness, Beatrice. Stop apologizing for the comments. We love it. That almost made me spit take. What almost made me spit?
That was your threesome joke.
Oh, the threesome. I was like, I talked about stepfathers. I've talked about a few things that might make people be like, what's going on? Yeah. She's out to get us today, Julie. Yes, I want you all to spit take at some point, unintentionally. Like, honestly, this is just where my brain goes. Okay, so obviously I am not where you are, and I have no idea what is going on in the one you are reading, but maybe she was talking about more that your parents find you attractive, not in a sexual way. Yeah, but it's just weird but in more of a my daughter's type.
It was more that he was like cruel to her. Like it comes out that he was abusive to her, like physically abusive. So like that she wasn't how he kind of wanted her to be. And was never
it was a bad word choice. Like you didn't have to.
It was a bad word choice. Yeah.
Because everything else kind of fit with him being the kind of I guess, like typical bad step parent idea, you know, that, and that's not to say that step parents are bad. It's just that in novels they tend to be for whatever reason. We like to pick on them, aka maybe Cinderella was the original, the original attack on step parents. But yeah, it was just very weird. And also that also recalls she was like a bodybuilder or something. She did like weightlifting, bodybuilding, which also makes me question her weight again. But we're in good times now, so we aren't going to reflect on that. Yeah, it was bad word choice. It was weird. Jess, they are both coming for me now. Yes. We'll keep an eye out. I finished grading the discussion post, washed my hair, and started setting up an assignment I need to for tomorrow. I know the students, the key is to make them think you're far ahead than they are. And you're like, I'm just a day ahead. I'm just a day before you guys. Done with the Simmer book, getting back to Assassin's Apprentice and very excited. Amazing. Listening to Onyeka. Ooh, and The Rise of the Rebels. I'm on chapter 11. That's book 2 in the Onyeka series. I'm pretty sure, Nikki, you can correct me if I'm wrong. Okay, I'm back. How many sprints left for? I'm pretty sure so probably going to do 2 more sprints will keep us safe. I think that's all we're going to need, to be honest. And clearly at 100% if I'm out and about. Quick question. This was a quick question a while ago, so I do apologize. Do you all have any recommendations for modern books that are set in London, or simply modern authors who's writing a historical set in London? Oh, autocorrect. I mean, it hates us all. I'm going to have to think about that. Modern set in London.
Well, it's a historical setting, but a modern author. The first person who came to mind when I saw this come in was Sarah Penner, who writes The Lost Apothecary and also the London Seance Society.
Yeah.
They're historical with a little bit of magical realism in there. But like modern writing, she's written them in the last couple of years. One came out last year, one came out the year before. So like set in London, obviously.
Yeah, I thought of, for historical mystery, if you're okay with that, A Study in Scarlet. That's it's by Sherry Thomas, and that's like a gender flip on Sherlock Holmes, if you're interested in reading that. So that one's quite good. Flipping through my shelves with my eyes. Yeah, I feel like, and also let us know if there's like certain genre like that you're looking for. Like, are you looking for contemporary? Are you looking for like romance? Are you looking for, fantasy? Because I think we could, depends. Like technically Inkblade Sister Scribe semi occurs in London, doesn't it? But it also occurs elsewhere. So
half of it does. Yeah, true.
Part of it, yeah. But then we also have some examples. So like the Principle of Moments. Thank you everyone in the comments for providing comments or suggestions. Heading to bed, finished all my alpha reads. Yeah, good night, Greta. Thanks for being here. It's a sci-fi fantasy. Yes, right, because Beatrice had read that and recommended it to me. It's on my list of things to read. Are there still books coming out in this series, or is it finished? I don't know, actually. I think it's done, but we have a new series coming out. Like,
that is what I have come to understand.
Yeah.
Is that she's still writing in the world, but not Ice Planet any longer.
Yeah, exactly. Timer's up. Leandra hasn't even. I know. Oh my gosh, it's so tough. It's because I want to comment on everything.
That's just trolling you in the comments. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Jess and Julie, because Julie's associated with you now, I'm gonna make you guys spit take. So you better watch out. We're coming for you. And this first. Indeed. And we got to finishing. Yeah, too funny. Okay. So I'm gonna. Should I? Okay. Let me start this comment. I freaked out a little bit because I was like, we've been talking for 50 or 35 minutes, and we've had so many comments to go. It's okay.
We're actually not that far.
I'm not.
Well, should we that's all relative.
Okay, I'm gonna push through. We're gonna push through. Then we're gonna see, and then if I can at least lower it a little bit.
I kind of lost track of where you are actually. You've only got 15, 20 comments, maybe?
Okay, we'll give it 15, 20 more comments, and then we'll will go off. And also, like, I'm sure that there's going to be some that I can get through quickly.
Yeah.
I'm going to prevent myself from doing paragraph reactions, guys. I'm sorry. I know that's what you love. I'm sure you guys are like, okay, Leandra, like, we're fine. I'm feeling about same as 12 for me. About midway, like some parts I'm not vibing with and some parts I am. So middle of the road. Yeah, that makes sense. I think this one's tough because there's been some highlights, but there's also been lowlights. By the way, I have not told anyone yet today, but I will be getting a new bookshelf tomorrow. And I am trying to think how I will organize my shelves. There's so many ways you can organize your shelves, like honestly. And you can always reorganize them too. Hello, Sarah. I've been lurking. I'm going to get a few more chapters in of Malice before bed. Sounds good. Are you enjoying it? I know you were expecting to kind of get through it a lot faster than you did, but I hope you are having fun. I will let you know, Britt, what I think after I get off the phone.
Yes, let me know. Because that ending.
Leandra, that's getting so cute. Julie, thank you so much. As someone who like adores the series through and through, this is the highest compliment. So thank you. Also, totally adding this book to my TBR. Yes, yeah, all of us. You've gripped us, Tennille, 100%. Yeah, it's the T. Kingfisher. Who is Ursula Vernon? I didn't know that. Okay, that's actually good to know. Oh, and it's short. That's good. The downfall of audiobooks is that I thought Skedeketh was Skedecat the whole time, like a kid trying to say spaghetti and cat stuff together. There have been times where like I've heard it and then I've seen it written. I'm like, that's not what I was imagining. Hello, I'm reading Kindred. Ooh, by Octavia Butler. And also need to start The Well of Ascension by Brandon Sanderson. Awesome, Carrie. Sounds great. I hope you enjoy your like juggling reads. I've just looked up The Seventh Bride and I enjoy T. Kingfisher and never heard of this one. Maybe it's but it's on KU if anyone has a KU membership. Okay, good. I don't have KU, so hopefully I'll probably get it elsewhere. That's fine. Okay, I'm back. Hello, Jamie. The Knit Crochet Club ladies have gone home, and I finished a few rows on my genre blanket. We'll definitely be focusing on audiobooks today and catch up on this. Awesome. Yes, that's why genre blankets are amazing. Yay for finishing Paul. Also, I might have to buy Cinderella is Dead secondhand because not many bookstores have the cover that I want. I know it's tough. Depending on how different the covers are, I will wait on a cover. I'll be like, I'm going to get the cover I want. But I might see if I go secondhand or on Blackwell's because of the shipping, non-shipping. Blackwell's is great depending on how long it takes for shipping, but like the free shipping is great. Oops, definitely took a nap. That's Brit. No worries, Crystal. Honestly, probably half of it we were talking, so don't worry, didn't miss much. I read The Seventh Bride a few months ago. It was so good. And loved the animal. You all know that I am such a sucker for an animal companion. Like my favorite character in Emily Wilde, both books, is Poe. Like, and he's not even a main character; he's a side character. So
you and I are pretty even on falling in love with these little side characters in books.
Truly, I'm just like, author, you've done something amazing. Keep them coming. Yes,
that happens to both of us a lot.
That's why. Yeah, I know that because you haven't read Emily Wilde yet, have you?
I just got it. It is in a stack of books with blighted stars because I got a little birthday haul of books over here that I ordered that arrived. So Emily Wilde's in it.
I'm very excited. I think you're gonna love Poe. I wanted Poe to be more because I loved him so much. Yeah. So there we are. I think I will go to bed after this chatty bit. Sounds good, Beatrice. Hope you have a wonderful day, and I will keep us updated. There is the ugly stepchild thing, redhead. Exactly. It's just like it's one of those I don't know cliche or whatever. You were right. It's book 2. Oh yeah. Book 2. I think I know what's going on. I actually just found Lost Apothecary in a little free library and put it on my TBR. Yeah,
I love that book. I hope you do too.
Darker Shades of Magic is technically London if you like fantasy. Another great recommendation. As someone who isn't reading this book right now, hearing these conversations is very entertaining. Yeah, we're giving you pieces. You're like, what? Trying to.
We get that a lot. People will roll up and be like, I'm not reading Ice Planet. I'm just here to watch you.
Yeah, and we're like, we'll give you what we can, and you just enjoy the fact that we're going a little bit crazy. I'm not sure I know anyone in particular who does historical fiction fantasy, but I can search my friends to double check. Yeah, see if you can recommend any like indie authors. That'd be great. Hello, Rye. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good day. Thanks for stopping in. Oh, hello. I didn't say what I was reading. One Piece and Ruthless Vows. Ooh, so continuing 2 series. Awesome. And then we have Silent Patient. I thought would be a boring read, but I'm giving it 4 stars. Awesome. I will be getting back into Nathaniel by John Saul for the night. Sounds great. Yeah. And also like having a 4-star under your belt, that's amazing. Enjoying it. I'm just over 200 pages in, and I feel like my intrigue level has went up in the last couple chapters. We love to see it. That's awesome. And that's about Malice. By the way, yes, they are still learning how to communicate with each other. Oh my gosh. I couldn't. I couldn't.
If I would have read that book and realized we had gone back to that point, I would have been like, and I'm done.
Yeah, that we've like regressed. I couldn't do it. In their book, I already get annoyed even now when they kind of come in sometimes and he's still figuring things out. And I'm just like, Rook. In their book, I think she skipped over a lot of it, making it harder to see them together without the. Okay, yeah, I think this one is making the ick a little better. Okay. Yes, but watching these sprints made me want to try out the books, and now I am just a little addicted and got hubby to read them too. And he's enjoying them. Oh my gosh, what a comment to end on. I love that. Like, I love the idea of like, especially romance, this kind of romance that's a little bit crazy, having like couples read it together. That sounds hilarious and awesome. Okay, so let me get us to be a little bit tinier. And then we're going to do a 60-minute sprint, and there will be one more after this to help us finish the book. And depending on how long we have, we might adjust it. But yeah, so we've got one more after this. Thanks everyone for hanging out with us all day if you have, and we will see you soon. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. How did everybody do? Let us know. Just a reminder, we've got one more sprint, and yeah, then we'll be done. Then we've survived the entire day.
We did it. Well, we still have one more sprint, but we've almost done it.
Unless disaster strikes, maybe we've jinxed it. But I think we're close. Where are you at, Brittany? I think I might be a little bit ahead of you.
I'm positive that you are. I'm at 80% halfway through chapter 12.
Okay, I'm at 83%, so I'm really not that much further than you, so that's good. Okay. So, we're in the wrap-up stage now. At like 85%, things are happening. They've gotten to know each other a little bit better. Even though, there's like still one big situation that I think needs to be cleared up that happens that every couple experiences with their queen.
Oh, yes. Well, that's coming.
It's coming. It just hasn't happened yet.
I know Ruby Dixon well enough to know that's on the horizon.
Yeah, she has never been known to end a coupling without ensuring that that's happened.
No, I do appreciate that she does kind of like nod to herself a little bit, because even now that they're back with the group, there's a little bit of a comment made by someone of how it's a tradition to take the women off for a couple of days to like woo them into becoming your mate. And I'm like, thank you for recognizing that you keep falling into this plot device.
Yeah, like thank you for addressing the craziness. It reminds me of, so for anyone who was or is a fan of Grey's Anatomy, I used to be a big fan, and I think I stopped, which is crazy to say. I think I stopped at maybe like 11 episode, season 11 or something like that. So I watched most of it, and I remember there was one season which Christina, Sandra Oh's character, just like addresses being like, this isn't normal, all of these crazy things that have happened to us, and like she lists all of them off in a row, and I'm like, yeah, all of that happening to one group of people at a hospital is kind of crazy. I love when authors do it.
Work, but yeah, we're here for the ride, right?
Exactly. I'm like, thank you, Shonda Rhimes, for acknowledging that. You're like, yeah, this is what I'm doing. I'm torturing people and you're watching it. So there we go. And yeah, Ruby Dixon probably also saw some reviews. Like I'm sure some like people were, by like 6, 7, 8, 9, and they're like, okay, there's a trend. And she's like, I see that. Yes.
Absolutely. And I feel like it's kind of to be expected with a series this large that is alien romances. You're going to have, a certain level of a layout that you kind of stick to in general.
Yeah. And I will say the one thing though that it's happened a lot in this book, and kind of, I don't recall it really happening in the book that we literally just read a couple hours ago, but the lack of foretelling people stuff. I'm like, these women, I was like, they should know everything about, like, the fact that she didn't know about his spur. I was like, you would all know this, or him not knowing, like, I don't know, certain elements of their intimacy and not expecting it. And it's like, you would all talk about this with your friends and stuff who are already mated.
I'm wondering, for him, I agree. My question with her, though, not knowing something, is because we have in the past seen them have a moment of like, oh, the infamous spur, like that they'd heard about it. And I'm wondering if it's because these group of women are not really friends with the original group.
So maybe they're really not actually like friends yet. They're just like in the same circle being like, here's a task. And they're like,
they're all kind of congregating, and they're all kind of congregating. And until, like, from what I can tell from the timeline of this, Beck and oh no, Ellie, Beck and Ellie just got together, and Ellie's so quiet that she probably wouldn't have shared.
That's true.
About her
experiences.
Yeah. It just doesn't fit her personality, really.
Yeah, that's true.
So if these two groups of women are not hanging out, which
melded together yet, they might not realize. Yeah,
which I could see, being
Mhm.
a possibility with kind of how it has laid out. But with him, I agree with you because I'm like, he's not from a separate group. He's from the
His buddies since the beginning, like since Georgie and the rest arrived, he's been in it. So it's like, and on top of that, because here's another inconsistency, they're super open about talking about this stuff. And
super
he
open.
acts like, oh, we don't do that. Once you're mated, we don't talk about it. It's like, yes, you do.
Well, and how many times have we had them going, well, this is the mouth mating they all talk about, So like we know you
So
talk
he knew
about it.
about that. Yeah. So there are some inconsistencies where I'm like, the whole point is that they used to make fun of the humans for being so shy about talking about like their bodies and, like all these different things. And it's like literally normalized for them. And now he's like, oh, we're very private about that. And it's like, no, you're not. Anyway.
I agree. I completely agree. However, I really do like this one much more than I did the first 25%, which is sad because I have to take that into account.
Yeah.
But the rest has been so much better.
Yeah, I've liked their dynamic together. Even again, and then the inconsistencies are more Ruby Dixon, like not the couple's fault.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. Let me see. I know that Christina provided us with Nicole's sprints, which are happening right now. We literally were at the same talking bit and then left at the same time because I left this exact same comment on Nicole's sprints, being like, hey, guess we're both talking at the same time. Okay, bye. And then I came back and I was like, oh, she literally said the same thing to me.
Yep. We're on exactly the same timer rotation at the moment.
Yeah, so while you guys watch us, you're watching them as well. So if you want to go say hi to Nicole and Coda, go ahead because they're going to be talking right now, I'm sure. And then, oops, guess I'm going to go try to make some dinner. Let us know. Was dinner made? And letting my eye rest for a while. Yes, totally, Paul. Please do, especially because you just finished a book. You might as well relax. I have one more book by Alex Michaelides, which is The Maidens. He's becoming a must-buy author for me for sure.
I will tell you, The Maidens is the silent page.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And you're coming from the silent patient. So maybe just take a pause.
Keep that in mind.
Yeah. That's good to know.
And I probably liked it more than most people.
Ooh. Okay. Even more good to know. For being like, oh, it's not like you hated it. You're like, I tend to be above average for what people think. So then Christina switching to Hewlett Packard. I know that's not what it is for. Every time I see HP, that's what I think of during supper. All right, I let myself do chores for over an hour. Now I'm going to play my cozy Switch game and listen to an audiobook. No more work, just a fun, chill, sober night. Working hard on that last one. Yes, honestly, maybe make yourself a nice tea, something else. Yeah, I fully support that, especially like a nice cozy game. That sounds lovely. I must away. I'm co-hosting with Juliet Amber and a few. Sounds good. Have fun with your aliens. Yeah, we are having fun with our aliens. Thanks, Jess. I love the I must away. Who are you resonating to? Oh, me. I can't with this. Oh, yeah, I can't be surprised with this stuff when yeah. They're like, what's going on? It's like, oh, it's myself.
It's the sole thing they're focused on, and then they're shooketh when it happens.
So surprised, and it's like you know how this works at least a little bit. Like it's just so goofy. I finished it. It was great. I read the synopsis for the third one, and I'm very anxious to get to that one too. Amazing, Stacy. Did not mean to post it twice. Oh my gosh, no worries. It was because Christina had posted the link twice, and I assumed that maybe either the link was wrong in one of them, or YouTube gets weird and you post twice. Yeah. So hello, Kelsey. Had sushi for dinner. Now reading The Frozen River. You've been working on that for a little while at about 35%, and I feel more into it now. It usually takes me a bit to get into historical fiction. Totally fair. Makes sense. Especially if it's like I don't know if The Frozen River is just straight historical fiction, but if there's not a little bit of something else like fantasy or whatever.
It is just historical.
Okay. Oh, then yes, that would take a while for me too. I think I need like a murder or a fantasy world or something in addition to it being historical. Okay, finished. I'm giving it this one a 3 as well. Yeah, straight 3. It's fine. I mean, I will say with the ups and downs today, we had 2 like solid fine books. Like, as far as like the spectrum, didn't get a 1, didn't get a 5, but I'm happier that we didn't get a 1 or a 2, like at least so far from what we've read. Got to page 280. I'm really enjoying Malice now. Glad I could get some more read tonight. Amazing. Awesome, Sarah. Thanks for hanging out with us. That was a meal prep sprint for me. Pickled bean salad, pressure cooked chicken breast, and ginger garlic vegetables. I want to go eat at your house. That sounds lovely. I finished my reread. Amazing, Julie. Woohoo!
This is what I love about all day sprints is we can see people like get through so much in a day.
Totally. Yeah. Like there are always, especially around this time, people are finishing up and you're just like, good job.
That's like you were at 20% when we started this day and look at you now.
Exactly. And it makes me feel good that it's like, okay, we're not just doing this for ourselves, for our Ice Planet Barbarian craziness. People are also getting things done, which is great. Going to shoot off now, though it's 1 a.m. Oh my gosh, Sarah. Tired. Yeah, I would be tired too. Thanks for sprints. Thanks for being here. Good night. I'm glad you're enjoying Malice. Yes, sleep well. Also mad with my past self because I'm rewriting my pharmacology notes to help me remember them better. And past Lexi thought writing in both English and German at the same time was a good idea. Oh boy, you're like, okay, is that?
I didn't even know you knew German.
Me neither. That's actually a very lovely, fun surprise.
Right?
Yeah, that's super cool. Hard for your brain probably to switch between them as you're rewriting it, but that's very cool.
You and Aoife can communicate.
Oh my gosh, yes, Lexi. You and Aoife should do like maybe a little like collaboration or something. That'd be fun with like a German book. These chapters are very long. And then neuropsych chapters. I was gonna say, Maggie, you need to give us more context. Yeah, on top of the fact that that's the subject matter, it would feel very long. I'm sure.
Assuming these are studying. Are you studying?
Yes, yeah. So Maggie's working on studying. I know that Maggie, like off and on, tends to be working on a dissertation. Maggie, let me know what level it's at, because I can't remember if it's. In my mind, I'm thinking PhD, but it could be a master's dissertation. I'm not sure. Yeah. Right. Honestly, a smarty. Always being productive too, and like focusing on that first, which is inspiring. Got to 34% while doing cross stitching, and the way Brittany Spears is telling her story is pretty captivating. Yeah, great. Got some dinner and read 27 pages of 11/22/63. It's not without flaws, but I'm enjoying the story quite a bit. Are you doing it with Katie's buddy reading, or you just happen to be reading it at the same time? Because that would actually be very interesting if it just was coincidence. Making dinner, but got page 247 out of 579 of my book. So you're close to the halfway point, which is indeed awesome. I'm 16% into my NetGalley arc, Someone in the Attic by Andrea Mara. She's an auto-buy author for me, so was thrilled to be approved for this arc. Amazing, Patricia. And also, this one's very eerie and creepy, like a fun thriller. Read a little more in the novella and then switched during supper for one chapter. We have about 10 minutes left, so I will get to finish the novella tonight. Another finish. Awesome. Got to 89%. Great. Genuinely, I've just been seeing it like inch forward.
Watching it about 10% every sprint. It's perfect.
Exactly.
That's a children's book, so for romance.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I didn't even realize. What is Kelly reading again?
The Long Game.
Oh, that's right. Alina Armas. Oh my gosh. Yeah, you've made a lot of progress today. Holy moly. We love an author who leans into the joke. Yeah, exactly. Being like, hey, I know who I am. Like, we're just gonna, and it's like, okay, respect. You got to respect it. As someone who has not read the books, the way you're saying spur is very concerned. Tanil, what you're thinking is probably quite accurate. Just so you know. Yeah. I don't know how else to say it. I probably was saying it with like a little
probably
emphasis.
The best way to put it. Yep.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming you're not going to go into the anatomy of an alien.
No, that's something I think we'll draw the line. We'll draw the line there. We will not provide anatomy. Although those of you who are interested, I am aware that on Ruby Dixon's website, there is a section for where like she commissioned art, explicit art. And so if you're interested, you can go see, and you may figure out what we're talking about. If you're interested in alien anatomy, no worries. Don't go for it if you don't want to. But if you want to,
For a
There's
second,
also
I
like a little
didn't know where
password.
you were going with that because you were like, for those who are interested, and I was like, interested in what?
You're like, I beg your pardon. Do not brat me into this. I was like, please tell me what this is before I.
I was like, where are we going?
I was like, oh, don't worry. It's something we've discussed before, but for our newbies, yeah. Oh my gosh, that scared me. I was like, where's that sound coming from? And I'm like, oh, me. But yeah, so it's quite fun, especially once you know the couple. Like there's a few where you might not recognize the couple, so it might not be interesting. But I'm basically saying yes, I went and saw it, and it's awesome art. It's very nice. Anyway, we're gonna keep going. We're gonna keep going. Back from book shopping. Amazing, Laura. Okay, reading. It's that time of night too. We are literally so close to being on here for 12 hours.
We are getting tired, y'all.
Getting loopy. Reading a Prefect Realmathon book for all 3 of my prompts for team creation. That's amazing. That was a dinner sprint. Ate, cleaned up, and watched / listened to some booktube. Oh my gosh, I need to have like a booktube day where I just catch up. Off to work. Have fun on the last sprint, ladies and gents. Thank you so much. Bye, Nicole. Have a great one. Yes, Hazelnut is here. Hugs all around. Oh my gosh, Katie, I literally just spoke about you. I know that this comment probably came in before I did that, but that's very funny. I was away from YouTube for a while. You also had been hosting sprints on your own channel. So, of course, you'd be away. Had to really focus and tackle a lot today. But finally, ready to read. How much longer will we? We've got one more sprint. And I'm not sure how much time you're going to want, Brittany, actually.
I mean, I'm good with whatever you want to do. I only need at least 33 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So we could even just do like a 45. If people in the comments want an hour, please feel free to comment that you want an hour and we can provide that. But I'm thinking 45 is what we need. Like we could always like do other stuff.
So yeah, it's good either way for me. So whatever everybody wants to do is great.
I'm losing steam and can't concentrate, so I think I'm going to call it a night. Totally fine. Crystal, you've been here since like the beginning, so no worries. Thanks for being here.
I feel like we're also losing steam and can't concentrate. So
I know. So I'm not gonna lie, friends. I am leaning towards the 45 max. But ML just said I want an hour. Oh no.
I was like, I mean, that's very on brand for ML, to be honest.
Yeah, I was gonna say ML. Yes, of course, that does make sense. Christy, hello. I'm just joining. I'm reading A Crown of Gilded Bones and want to start Hooked by Emily. Oh my gosh, we just talked about Hooked. Who was reading Hooked earlier?
Emily?
Oh yeah, maybe Emily. Emily reads.
Emily reading Emily?
Yeah. Maybe that sounds too close. I can't remember, but joined your Patreon. Can't wait for all the extra sprints. It's gonna be fun. I got more done too. I still have some grading to tackle during the next and last sprint. My great grandparents are from Germany and would only speak to us in German. Wow. That is very cool. I actually really appreciate that. I'm a PhD student, yes, but my program is straight from a bachelor's. So I'm at the pre-dissertation level right now, which is essentially a pilot. Yeah, just going through it, seeing what's going on, going through your kind of master stage without going through a master's. That makes sense. I'm not specifically following the readathon, but I did pick it up when Nell Diamond was reading it in sprints. It's been on, for the 11/22. That makes sense. It's been on my physical TBR for a while. But yes, it seems my brain, when I was originally writing the notes, was in German mode, but didn't know the German words for these obscure medical words. So just threw in like, a German word. Okay, I'll give you the English one. So like every 5th word is English. That is too funny. Also still so cool though. Mine is called Of Dreams and is it Dissimy? By Sandhya Menon? Oh, Destiny. Of Dreams and Destiny. Ooh, Laura. Cool. Brittany was very concerned about what. Yeah, I was like, what am I roping her into?
Sometimes I feel like you don't notice that you're probably making a face in reaction to something when something happens, but I'm sure if you went back, my face was like, what?
Just backing up a little bit. Like, I'm not associated with this.
Where are we going?
Yeah. I also talk in a roundabout way. So I'm like, you don't know what I'm going to say until the end of the sentence. And then it's like, do you agree or not? So, whoops, my bad. I assume you mean spurs like cats. Yeah, yes, but not in the same way. Like it same area of the body, but not in the same design. So not for like for pleasure, not for discomfort. Yeah. Okay.
We're dead because
We will continue.
the way you answered that was fabulous.
Yeah, I was like, hey, and then I realized I was using my hands, and I'm like, stop. So we're good. Officially off the rails. Exactly. Yep, it's done. This is here we are. As someone who works at a science university, when you said diagrams, my brain auto-generated like dissection diagrams, but then corrected it. Exactly. It's like just art designs. So want an hour, but is anyone surprised? No, ML, of course we're not surprised. Can absolutely live with 45. We appreciate that. Just because I think that that's all we need. And you've all seen how things are getting, I don't know if I can trust my mouth with longer than 45 minutes.
Things are coming out of our faces. And,
Exactly. Pretend I didn't say that. Oh my goodness. No, we will not, because in any other situation, I would probably say let's just go for an hour, because I also like hour-long sprints. I always love a long sprint, but you do you, girl. Thanks, friends. You both have a great memory. That was hours ago. We do our best. We do our best to remember what's going on.
We try. There's sometimes a lot of everyone's reading different books, so we do our best.
Yeah, and it's helpful when everyone kind of like reminds us and keeps talking. Mm-hmm. I'm like, okay, yes, we knew what you were doing, and yeah. Hello, Rainy, you're back. Yes, just for the end. We've got one more sprint though, don't worry. Finished Lore of the Wilds, 3.5 or 4 stars. Honestly, the ending was a huge reveal. I wasn't expecting, and I'm still kind of shooketh in a good way. Oh, so maybe that's why you are leaning a 4, because it's your choice to decide, is the ending like that powerful of a reveal. I'm going to try and wind down for bed. Totally understandable, Laura. Sunday night, I can never fall. Oh yeah, and then you've got work tomorrow, so we understand. Watching Brittany react to you made my night. Oh my gosh, we're so glad. The spit takes, we keep trying to pull them out of nowhere.
This happens every time we get to the end of Ice Planet sprints, because the eggs night was very similar.
Oh my gosh, I remember the eggs night, and we were like silently like sending each other like 1-star reviews as well. And I think it was Jess in the comments who's like, I'm watching them send comments to each other.
So, yeah. Even if the book is good or bad, we have moments like we've been reading Alien Smut for 12 hours. So, your brain starts to deteriorate after a minute.
To be expected, right? Yeah, it's an interesting experiment that we're doing ourselves. Like it was pretty significant. So it might be a 4. Yeah, you could always sleep on it, think it through, and then be like, am I as impacted tomorrow morning? But to be fair, when the rest of the book, so the book feels like a 3.5. I feel like if the rest of the book feels like a 3.5, you can still acknowledge how great the ending was, or interesting the ending was. But it's like, if, like, would you reread it? Like in the same sense. Rainy, I don't think you're a big rereader anyway, but you know what I mean? Like if you were to be like, oh, this would be a story I'd want to relive, I feel like most of it you wouldn't.
Or right? Would you like continue on with the series? Like, are you thinking of continuing on? Because usually for me, a 3-star, I'm probably not continuing on. A 4, yeah, I probably am. So
you're definitely going to continue the series. Then maybe it is a 4. Maybe it's a 3.75. Do you not do quarter star? Do you just do half-star ratings? I can't remember if Rainy does
quarter star. Think Rainy does quarter star ratings.
Okay. Maybe I was going to say, that would be good. Yes, maybe this is the time. This is the time you should start. This is the book that changes you. I've had that this year. That's why I do quarter star ratings now. But okay. So I've decided that we're just going to do 3.5 sounds good to me.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. And honestly, like 3.5, it technically rounds up to a 4. Like it's not. Yeah. And you'll keep going. Yeah. Good idea. So I am going to change our time to 45 minutes, just because that's all we really need. How do I, let me make it easier to read. Customize timer. You guys are seeing the, you're looking behind the green curtain. How it all works. And then I'm going to zoom in to make it bigger. Okay, where are we? There we are. All right. So, see everybody in 45 minutes. Also, thanks for being here for so long. We really appreciate you, however long you've been here, being here with the craziness. So, anyways, okay. See ya. No, that's not right. There we go.
I'm covered by Ice Planet.
Yes, it's like we are currently reading Brittany. I was like, it's that time. I was like, okay, where is it? I've got too many options. And that calls it.
We did it.
survived. We finished 2 books in one day.
I mean, go us.
Yeah. And like honestly, for me it's all audio, and so I was like, I have listened so much today in general. Just listened. Like to us talking
Same.
to yeah.
The only time I picked up the Kindle was to like when I'd come down here about 3 minutes before we go back on, I would find where I was to get the percentage because Audible doesn't give you a percentage. Other than that, I listened to both of these because they're very easy to listen to.
100%. Yeah, at a pretty like high speed as well, where you're just chilling and straightforward. You're not missing much. They're very easy listened. Totally.
Absolutely.
So we both finished, obviously, and I'm figuring out what I think. I'm starting to almost be like, in different ways, are both of these books just 3.5 stars reads?
I liked this one better than the first one.
Yeah.
Other than the first bit. The first bit was not good. Like, I'll be the
Yeah.
first to admit. Like, we came back after that first hour and we're like, oh, Lord, help us. But it got a lot better. I liked the ending of this one in particular. So I think I'm going to go 3.5 on the first one and 4 on the second one.
Whoa. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, we're still in the same ballpark, right, though? So, like, even if I'm still on the edge where, for some reason, I don't know why, I was annoyed with how dumb Beck was he still was so dumb. And I'm like, you know what you did, even if you have no like cultural knowledge of the elements. I'm like, you still like, gosh. Okay. Yeah. I don't know. Well, whatever. I think
I could be convinced to go for a 3 on the first one, to be honest, because you're right. Yeah.
That was really annoying, and it was weird. And the whole switch of like being like, she's like, I'm gonna teach you, and he's like, teach me how I did this wrong, and then they do the switch, and that was really kind of juvenile and weird. Okay, we're talking ourselves into lower lower ratings
for the first book. I still liked this one better.
For the first book, we're talking about the first book, right? Because now, even though
of this book had not been there, it would have even scored even higher because I did like this one. I liked Herrick a lot.
Oh my gosh, Herrick,
take or leave, but
yeah, Eric with an H, which is just very funny. I just kept being like, they're saying Eric, but with an Herrick at the beginning, which I think is very funny. Like if he was French, it would be Eric. Yeah, but I did like him better. Like she was. I think you could just slot her in with anyone, but I liked his reactions to her, his patience. So that's true. We also had a bit of a sneak peek to like things happening. Is I don't know. We've already had a replenishing in its own way. So like I'm like, we aren't due for another Ruby replenish yet. So I don't really know what is in store for what's going on there, but I think we met our next couple, maybe.
I think we did too, which Warwick is the person whose father died. So we now are to that correct, because that we so if that's who it is, which I think is who it is.
Okay, that's good. I do feel terrible that for like so long we misidentified. And we're like, okay, now we're at the morning sun. And that tracks with his reactions to Summer, who's just like a chatty Kathy. And I'm like, okay, these two could balance each other out. But if this is a weird bridging book, then unfortunately that usually makes the couple suffer, which is too bad because it's always a couple that I think is going to kind of get us excited.
It's hard to say because they see something that's going someplace they are not.
That's true. They just they spy something and they're like, what's going on in this scenario that we're not a part of? Yeah.
So is most of that book them not where that is?
That's true. Like, it's just like a, hey, that's happening, but while that's happening, we're doing our own thing.
We're like
And then it's
traveling
leading.
there. We're
Yeah.
where we are. We're traveling to it because Ruby Dixon likes to have a traveling romance.
Oh yeah, she loves to have them just well, yeah, the amount of times these characters are walking. Like they are just trying to get somewhere, and it's so funny that they're just
They move from
trekking
cave to cave.
constantly. Yes. Like, oh my gosh, their romance is always on the move. It is too funny. But yeah. Let's see what other people
Mhm.
are doing in the comments wherever we left off. We did leave off here, which I think is really funny. Thus begins Leander's campaign to get people to do. Honestly, like I'm a new woman. Like I've been reborn. Like quarter star ratings are all the rage for me now. I really love them. The only reason I don't do quarter stars is because I would have to do so much adding into my
Yeah.
reading spreadsheet. That totally makes sense. And for me, for some reason, I'm having a good time where this is a bit of a trial run year where every month, because I'm having fun with it, I don't know why, I calculate my star ratings if I were to just round up to like 4 or round down to 3. And then
Mhm.
I'm also calculating my star ratings with what my quarter star rating decides so I can kind of compare and be like, how is it impacting? Like
Mhm.
is like basically I'm asking myself, does quarter star ratings make a difference in the grand scheme of things? Like
Mhm.
yes, individually for the book it does, but
But
does
overall,
it, yeah, like is my average rating going from like a 4 to a 3 in general? I'll be like, holy crap, that kind of thing.
mhm.
Um Also, this comment came in, which I was very excited about. Finished Barbarian's Prize. It was so good. That's Tiffany. Tiffany's book. When will the next time that we're doing this, will it be next time? I was like, typically, we went on a hiatus, but we
We did.
usually do like every other month, or once, yeah, once every 2 months. I think that I said that right.
We did.
And so it would be May. So May, and we would probably read 2 books depending on how long they are. Like usually
That's
if
what I'm
they're,
looking right now. I'm
I
looking to see if they're
appreciate
long.
because that one time we had to only do one because it was so long. And I think we only knew on the day. Like we were like, wait a second.
They're the same length as the ones we did today.
Okay, then we could totally do
We could do
two
two.
next time as well. So then that'll be 14 and 15. Oh my gosh. Just finished my Duolingo for the day and wondering if babies possessing cucumbers is a regular occurrence. Or honestly, I remember one time I was doing Duolingo and it was like something like the horses have secrets, and I was like, why are you telling me to translate this? Like I and as someone who's like, I'm not a horse girl, I've never been on a horse, I was like, I don't want to know that. Like I don't know why. I was like, that won't mess with me because horses are too foreign to me where I'm like, what secrets could they hold? Yeah.
What do
It
they
was a
know?
weird one. Yeah, Duolingo gets kind of crazy. Trying to catch up to my A Little Life pages for the weekend. Tell me why there's 832 people ahead of me for the audiobook when it's been out. Honestly, yeah. And with my personal views, the book doesn't deserve that many people waiting on it. So that is weird. And I would imagine though that your library has a bunch of copies.
Mhm.
So how long is it telling you? Like how long is it telling you you've got to wait? Probably a long time. I didn't read, but I came home from my mom's and shopped her freezer for dinner this weekend before heading home. Awesome, smart. And also, you got through 2 books today, Lexi, so you didn't need to read. Since we discussed romantasy before, I am taking a risk and trying one that was recommended for Team Shadow, Radiance by Grace Draven. I'm a chapter in, and it's decent so far. There's promise. Okay. Yeah, keep us updated. Let us know what your thoughts are. Because I
Mhm.
still think I would say I technically haven't read a romantasy before, I would say. Like I would have to think about it. You know what's weird? For the Wolf was categorized as that, I think. And I was like,
Yeah.
what? Which I mean, there is romance, but
Here here is me in my plethora of contradictions.
yeah.
Is that I'm not a fanbro girly. I've tried. But if it's a retelling, which technically most retellings would be considered romantasy and fanro, it would be a subgenre
Yeah.
of
Because it
this.
is a retelling of a romance.
Yeah.
Usually, yeah. So it kind of it makes sense. It's an
It,
outlier.
in all technicality, it is, but I think that they are of their own subgenre.
Mm-hmm. I
But
could see that though. They're a different taste, a different type, a different texture. So yeah.
in all
Mm-hmm.
technicality, they would
Yeah.
technically be.
You're like, I need to make sure for the record that we know where I stand. And also you're wearing a t-shirt. I was wearing my cardigan,
I
my
did
jumper.
change.
Yes. I changed out of it, but so you just took it, dyed it green, and
We
we're wearing the same
switched
thing.
places. I was doing my skincare and I was like, okay, I'm gonna make a mess. I made got water everywhere as you do.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, okay, I need to change.
Always. Nice. Yeah, we represented because I was like, we're reading Alien Smut. I have to wear mine too. Yeah, of course. I have started The Honey Witch, but also crawled into bed, so I probably won't get far before you go to sleep.
Julie,
Understandable.
you have to tell me what you think of this because I have it on the Kindle and I need to know your thoughts.
Mhm.
Because
It's
if
also
you
a
love
pretty
it,
cover.
I will probably love it. So like I will
Mhm.
bump it up in my, reading in theory because I say that about all the books. And now
Mm.
there's other things that like today have been planned for us to be reading specific books. Leandra just clued into what I'm talking about.
Woo! I was like, cool, that's interesting. And then I'm like, wait, I'm a part of this.
Leandra's like, wait, I'm in that group message.
Yes. Like I'm aware.
So like there's always something content wise that sometimes trumps those reads
Mhm.
that I want to know, but
Truly. Yeah. And also with our can we trust kind of series that we're developing, I'm thinking of starting that a little bit earlier just to get it out of the way. And there's just always things to do. It's
I
crazy.
need to put that in the calendar so I don't forget that I have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Write a note to myself, y'all.
Truly. Because I happen to I already have access to all the books that I'm reading. And so I'm like, oh, I should just do it. And so I might be getting it done really early. Another 35 pages. Thanks for sprints and the entertaining chats. Thanks for participating, not just in reading, but hanging out and chatting with us. We appreciate it. Why do you think I'm able to listen to these at 4 times speed, which is where Hoopla maxes you out. Hoopla's like, girl, you need to slow down.
It will never be me. I'm so glad that it can be you, and I would love it to be me, but my brain. Plus, I'm also usually having a child running around asking me questions at the same time. So, like, trying to have both things coming at me at such speed, I'd be like, "What has happened?"
Yeah, no, and also like Lexi, imagine you doing the 24 hours of reading challenge. Like
I
you
read so many books.
so many books.
I read 5.
Yeah,
And I read nowhere near that speed.
double it anyway. Yeah, like so you would read 10 books, Lexi. That would be a very interesting video if you ever did it. I finished the last chapter of this section. Awesome, Maggie. Congratulations. Made it to 241 in A Touch of Darkness. Are you still kind of like about it? Like I know you're reading it for a book club and stuff. I hope it's getting better. Whoops, I did it again. I forgot to read, got chatting. Honestly, typical. That's usually at least one sprint. I was focused today and I was really lucky. There weren't too many distractions, but usually there will be a sprint where I'm like, didn't do anything. I actually talked.
I actually feel like we did good today. Like normally there's at least a sprint where I come back and I'm like, you need to slow down, Leandra, because I've had to parent a lot.
Yeah, seriously. And then I'll be like, okay, I'll take my time. I'll stop. And it's like, no, I didn't really have to do that. That's
No.
really funny.
No.
And also today, actually, because Danny had checked in, because we're starting a buddy read tomorrow for The Spare Man. And I'm very excited about it. And she asked me to kind of like split the chapters up because usually she does, but she was like, she only has the Kindle version. And it was like, it said that it was 500 pages. And she's like, I know it. It's obviously not. So it was very weird. And so as I was doing it, she's like, how was Ice Planet Barbarians? I was like, weirdly successful. I was like, we were very straightforward, got our stuff done. Like I had no hiccups. Like nothing really went wrong.
Probably one of our better ones that we've had in recent memory.
Yeah, like we got a little bit loopy at times, but we were we were still good. Like nothing went off the rails as far as us being like, okay.
I have a theory.
Mm-hmm.
We now do this every second Tuesday, technically.
Oh, man, are we just like used to this? Are we just like we've done this?
We just read regular books, but we technically sprint for 12 hours every second Tuesday.
We've worked the muscle enough where it doesn't feel crazy. You're so right. Because I was like, why was this so easy? Like we've hit 9 o'clock, and I'm like, I mean, not that we do not need to go any further. We will not be going further tonight. But I was like, this wasn't too terrible. So you've hit it. That's the secret.
We're just used
Yeah, we just, our brains are just like, this is normal, which is it's just kind of concerning that we're like, yeah, being online for 12 hours, no big deal. So we'll handle that on another day. We'll deal with that. We'll unpack it. Hello, Christina. Why am I saying hello? It's the we need to get away. We spoke too soon. I'm going insane. Thanks for the sprints. Yes, have a beautiful rest of your day too. Oh my gosh, I think that's when my brain just broke. I don't know. I've decided to stop rating on a semi-academic level and just start rating for how much I overall enjoy. Oh, totally makes sense. Why am I going to just honestly, a lot of my 5 stars are vibes where I'm just like, yeah, this book is flawed, but I still loved it at the time. So I never question my 5 stars after it's happened. Like if I reread it, I can reassess. But at the time, that was a 5-star. It was. Let Ruby pull a Tolkien and let them just spend the book walking and resting. Genuinely. Like that's literally like half the time I'm like, they are just traveling, and then they stop somewhere, and then they're like, okay, we got to go back. And I'm like, okay, get your packs, put on your furs, like let's go. It's too funny.
Yep.
Yeah, and they traveled a lot in this book. My last 3 books that I gave 5 stars had flaws galore. Exactly, doesn't matter. It's kind of dependent on, are they flaws that you can live with? Were you fine with it? Maybe some people it would affect them, but if it didn't affect you, it's fine. So yeah, and yeah. We're all nerds. It's great. Yeah, we're all nerds in our own way. That's how we found each other here. Apparently, I have a lot of catching up. Allison, you do. Like you are just touching the bare beginning of it. Even though you're already at Barbarian's Prize, there's like so much that like you're probably like still trying to piece together what we're saying. So yeah, good luck. I only do quarter-star ratings if I really can't decide. Oh, that makes sense. I have been really embracing the half-star ratings this year, and that's been great. Yeah, for me, I think that for quarter-star, the quarter part that I've utilized the most is probably like the 3.75 or the 4.25. Any other time, I'm pretty much just like a 2 is a 2, a 3 is a 3. But that range, I think, has helped me a little bit. What secrets do these horses hold from experience? No brain, just floof. Okay, that makes me feel better because I'm like, these beings are horses. When you look at them too long, you're like, they're kind of weird. I question everything. But I have also been reading the novellas as well. So, more even. Okay, so you've got a little bit more backstory than we do because we haven't read any of the novellas. It still says several months. Wait, also, Leandra, you could be a fly on the wall in the Voxer chat. Oh my gosh. Wait, Neva and Nicole are just like, they're just there?
They're just there.
I might want
to hear their reactions to Little Life.
And I would promise that I wouldn't respond or say anything unless you guys wanted me to talk. Like I would love to be a fly on the wall, Rainy. So you let me know if that could be arranged. Radiance, I want to read that soon. Yeah, I mean, I'm intrigued still. Let us know. I generally do not enjoy romantasy. I thought the Bridge Kingdom was okay, and that's about it. I tend to like ones that stray closer to straight. Yeah, like as far as the formula, maybe you want like at minimum like 70% fantasy. Like I know that sounds very weird to provide percentages, but you know what I mean? Like the feel, it feels more fantasy than it does romance. But I kind of treat mine like they're 5 years old. This is about the horses. There we go. Exactly. Like just like you with your bowl, you just get to poke them in the nose and you give them a hug. There we go. I pre-ordered the Honey Witch. Why? Cozy Fantasy. Oh my, Rainy. You were hoping. This was past Rainy, who was hoping to enjoy a Cozy Fantasy.
I feel like I should try to do a Cozy Fantasy vlog because to this day, I don't think I've ever read one.
But everyone, like, I feel like everyone associates, not that we're like, that's you, but I would be like, I would think you'd like Cozy Fantasy.
A lot of people, even Rainy messaged me and was like, what's some good Cozy Fantasies? And I went, Rainy?
Like, is she talking to me? Like, are you, did you mean to message me? That's too, I've only read Emily Wilde, I guess, technically, right? I think those are technically the only cozy fantasies. Like I have delved into a bit of cozy other stuff this year. I own Legends and Lattes.
Same.
Yeah. I've been
Like
meaning
I
to read
own a
it.
lot.
Yeah, because you're like, ooh, that sounds fun. Yeah. But yeah. And I think you've got to read a good amount, not like a lot, but like a couple to be like, okay, I like cozy fantasy. It's not that this story I like.
100%.
Especially because Emily Wilde's a quasi one. A lot of people say that it's cozy, but it's also weirdly dark. And so that's why I think that people find it it's not a typical cozy fantasy as we think it would be. So yeah. And then I'm only 4% in, but it's promising. Very good. I thought the same thing until I read Six Crimson Cranes, which does it really well. So maybe I just hate badly lazy writing of romantasy. I will say, like, romantasy, it's not a new genre, but it's like newly popular. And so we're seeing a lot of it get published very quickly. And so you might have to be prepared depending on who's writing it and if they've kind of jumped onto it, right?
Yeah. The editing is being rushed on some of them, not all of them, but definitely.
Yeah. This isn't a suggestion of, oh, romantasy's like that, but it's just like with anything, right? Anytime something gets popular, you suddenly see a bunch of other like publications being rushed to follow the flow. We saw it with like vampires, werewolves of the time, dystopian lit when it got really big. So it's just that's kind of what happens. I mean, I did do the 24-hour timer challenge 3 times.
This. Yes. Lexi
What?
did it for like each format. So like an audio, a physical, and an ebook.
I imagine with the audio, you read so many books, but maybe you're all interesting. I might have to go into your backlist and watch those.
As soon as that comment went in, I was like, oh, that's right. I remember those. It was when Lexi was like first starting the channel.
Oh, okay.
So, but they were so good and I forgot about them because it was over a year ago now, for sure.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have to go check out your backlist, Lexi. Shout out. I do have a challenge idea. It's been formulating in my brain to try this week. We're getting a little teaser. Well, like I haven't seen anyone do my idea, so yeah, I think I'm going to. Yes, do it. So then you're like the first, and then maybe you can inspire others to do it. Thank you both for a very fun day. So thank you for being here, Julie, so much. You were here for all day. I hope you get to relax in your bed and enjoy your book a little bit. You can respond. I don't care. Brittany too. Send me your Voxer handles and I'll add you. Yes.
I've never read this book, so I would be useless on the wall.
Nicole definitely had. Had Neva actually? Yep. Yeah. Okay. Neva had too. Yeah. Maybe hold off if you haven't read it. Yeah.
I have no plan to read it, but I will have no context to any of the things said.
Yeah, you'll just be like, you're kind of be like this, but it would be spoilerful, like watching Ice Clan Barbarians without having any experience with it. It'd be like that. Romantasy is so good, the best. Yeah, Rainey's in her romantasy era through and through. I will read cozy fantasy with you all at any point. I love them. Okay, we might have to do something in the works, like maybe read a cozy fantasy together. That could be very fun.
Mean, at some point, I need to have Julie see if I can trust Julie.
Yes. Oh, I'm excited for that. To be honest, I mean, we've already been like amazing with Julie, so I will let you know, Julie. I have really high hopes. Like I'm probably too excited for when we do it. Can we trust Julie? Just to put a little pressure on you that is unnecessary. Yeah, like just so you know, we don't even know when it will happen, but I need you to know that my expectations are up here at this point, and we can blame God Killer for that. Horse story. So dad was watching Mongolian acrobats doing these maneuvers bareback. So he comes over and climbs on my draft horse, no saddle, only to immediately lose his balance and fall. The poor mare was so heartbroken that she dropped her rider, that she put herself on a timeout, made him go out to pat her and tell her it's okay. I blame your father for this. He set her up for failure. Okay, I'll do it. Just pick a number 1 or 2 for me so I can settle on how to do it. What? Okay, settle. What is it? Just pick a number 1 or 2. 1? I'll pick number 1. Why not? And then we only have a couple more comments, and then we're going to head off soon. I did not think of Emily Wilde as a cozy. I mean, yeah, it's like, and it wasn't spicy. And I think it was just cozy because it was a bit of a slow burn in a few ways, but there were dark vision, like, things to it. The pressure, yes. Excited to do that with Julie and April. Hi, I'm back after talking with Ren. Can see you wrapping. We are wrapping up. Yeah, but I hope you had a lovely chat with Ren. We all blame him for it, I bet. Imagine an adult cozy-ish fantasy in the flavor of the Gummy Bears cartoon. And you get The House Witch by Delem Hawk. I never know how to say that. Fun, silly, no stress. Likely counts as either romantasy or fanro. Loved it. Oh, okay, great. Managed to write an intro for a new story. Amazing. Doubt I'll be doing anything with it, but it was nice. Great. And we're going to be heading out soon, but I'll do this week and it'll go up next Thursday. Yes, everyone, add it to your calendars. Thank you for sprints. Thank you. Christina's also saying 1. Okay. This is where we're heading off. Thank you, everyone, for being here with us all day, genuinely all day. We really appreciate it. Don't forget that at this point, if you're still here, double, triple, quadruple check that you are subscribed to Brittany because she's lovely. We just had an entire day with her. You all know, but just don't forget that. And then we'll sign off here. I do have a little exit video, so I'm going to do it. And I hope you enjoy it because it's quite fun. A few people said that they liked it last time, which, warmed my heart. But anyway, here we go. Bye, everyone.